Is there such a thing as the perfect crime? If you were to kill someone, how would you get rid of the body? Would you dump it in a field, or would you bury it? Even without a witness, can nature provide police with enough clues to trace the murder back to you?
When you look at a body, or when you go to a crime scene, we have a saying, you go to the crime scene and you let the crime scene talk to you.
The dead can speak volumes. When there's nothing else to go on, nature's clues can tell investigators all they need to know about the murder and the murderer. This is the story of how the world's top forensic experts turn to nature and prove there is no such thing as the perfect crime. Oahu, Hawaii, tropical island paradise, home to palm trees and beautiful beaches. When most of us think of Hawaii, we think of surfing, swimming, and playing in the sun. But it's also where FBI field agents and police come to learn about death and decay. The man they're coming to see is Dr. Lee Goff, a pioneer in the field of forensic entomology. Dr. Goff and forensic entomology were front and center in the grisly murder of a Honolulu bar owner. Goff's advances in forensic entomology were put to the test in the case to try and pin down a timeline for the murder. Gene Ireton was prosecutor on the Schneider case.
What Dr. Goff was able to do was come in and through the use of his maggots and beetles and the ground, the watery ground and the dry ground and the condition of her body, he was able to tell us that her death had occurred between 19 and 20 days prior to the finding of her body. And what that did is it put us smack on the night that she was seen with Richard Brady, and he was later seen in her car without her. So it basically tied it down for us so that we could tie him into the murder scene.
There's something right in the middle here that looks like a little grasshopper in the fetal position.
Forensic entomology isn't something that works in all cases, but when it is present, the insects are there, you have potentially a very powerful tool to assist in the law enforcement effort.
Forensic entomology is not a line of work for everyone. It's a field for the strong of stomach and weak of nose. In a homicide investigation, insects can provide investigators with incredible insights. What looks like a repulsive mess of maggots can actually provide clues about time of death, movement of the body, and possible injuries or cause of death. In this training exercise, pigs are used to stand in for human remains.
But if we start probing around, let's look. Here we have maggot activity. There, let's
By putting out something that closely approximates human decomposition, we're able to combine not only the life cycle of the individual flies, but also this pattern of succession of different insects onto the body as it decomposes.
And the temperature Here, since we don't have that maggot mass, is significantly lower than what we
So
have.
the combination of individual life cycles with the succession studies that we do out in the field provide us really with the basis for making these estimates.
Over the course of 5 days, police officers and FBI agents follow the decay and decomposition process on a series of pigs placed in different settings.
One of the things we've tried to do during the course here is present as many different types of scenarios as we can, at least of the common sorts of scenarios in which we'd find a body. So we've had the body that was exposed, the body that was wrapped. Another thing that we find, most frequently suicidal types of deaths, where you find a hanging.
Each scenario provides different clues to investigators.
This is the pig we put out on Friday. So we're looking at essentially 5 days into the decomposition process. Carcass is deflating, and we're in what we refer to now as the decay stage.
Nature will always leave clues on a corpse. Using those clues to pinpoint time of death is just one of the challenges for specialists. Using insect evidence for criminal investigations is not new. Misconceptions about insects and their potential benefit to investigations have persisted for centuries. Maggots crawling in the eyes, nose, and wounds on a dead body were once considered a disgusting obstruction, something to be washed away at autopsy.
Over the years, last 20 years, I think we've found it has moved from kind of the sidelines, kind of a little circus sideshow sort of thing as far as law enforcement was concerned, to pretty much an accepted discipline within the forensic sciences.
Today's forensic breakthroughs mean more and more court cases are relying on insect evidence. The work of a forensic entomologist can make even the strongest stomach turn. A rotting corpse, human or other, is in essence an ecosystem. The comings and goings of the colonizers and scavengers are what experts rely on for information. With the right case and the right circumstances, a top forensic entomologist can pinpoint the time of death.
After a period of about 24 hours, most of the markers that pathologists would use for estimation of a period of time since death vanish or become very arbitrary. The entomology, on the other hand, is a very predictable sort of a series of events that are going to allow you to come up with a relatively accurate estimate of a period of time since death up till about 18 months following death.
On your average day with your average murder, it doesn't take long for insects to find the body. Usually it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 minutes. And when that first fly lands on the body, it begins a biological countdown.
When the first fly comes in, this fly is going to lay the egg. The egg is then going to mature and hatch into the larva, which we commonly refer to as a maggot.
The maggot will then grow and molt through 3 stages before it enters its puparial or cocooning stage, getting ready to make its transformation from maggot to fly.
This maggot is basically a growing, feeding machine. It's consuming as much tissue as possible, growing as quickly as possible.
Seems fairly straightforward, but there can be hundreds of different species of insects on the body at the same time. And they don't all develop at the same rate. The challenge for the entomologist is to distinguish what species are present and exactly how old they are.
When you look at how insects actually utilize a body, you see that there's a very definite correlation between the types of mouth parts the insects have and the parts of the body that they're actually going to be able to consume.
So maggots which have mouth hooks that tear off flesh can only feed on soft tissue.
Now, on the other hand, you have some of the beetles which have opposable mandibles, that are actually designed to take solid food, take your harder food, and these then come in and they feed on the dried skin, they feed on the cartilage, things that really a maggot is incapable of actually feeding on.
For the insect world, a crime scene is like a buffet. There's something for everyone. As many as 320 different insect species will be present, some feeding on the body, some feeding on each other, and some just using the corpse as a temporary home. But some larvae tend to look incredibly alike, so half the samples must be reared to adulthood to pinpoint exact age and species. The other half aren't quite as lucky.
Other half I'm going to sit and I'll put into the hot water, break down the waxy layer, and then transfer them into the ethyl alcohol for preservation. That basically stops the clock. And we work backwards then to determine how long it took from the egg being laid until we reach this stage of development.
Time of death is just one of the clues insects can help investigators determine. Believe it or not, bugs can also help show how and where the murder occurred. If a wound is inflicted before death, at death, or after death, the bugs will leave clues.
Another example would be something where you would suddenly find activity in the center of the chest or the palms of the hands. These are not normal places for an insect to deposit its eggs or for a maggot to be able to go ahead and feed. If you see this, you start looking at the possibility that you've had some wounds present in these areas that has broken the skin and has provided alternate portals of entry for the insects, particularly if the wound is inflicted prior to death.
Insects can also help give away the location of the murder, especially if the body has been dumped.
Insects are pretty much everywhere, but you don't have all the same insects in all the localities. And we take a look at a body and we have insects from basically the wrong type of a place. Okay, this tells us immediately that the body has been moved.
Different species prefer different habitats. If flies that prefer urban centers are found with a body in a farmer's field, obviously it's been dumped there. Though nature's clues appear predictable, abnormalities also come into play. A body exposed to direct sunlight will decompose much faster than one in the shade. Wind and high temperatures will also dry out tissues, sometimes causing mummification. Maggots themselves can often create confusion. Boreholes in the skin of a victim can look surprisingly like bullet wounds.
You have to look at these very carefully. You can distinguish between the two. You put it under the stereo microscope and take a look at the margins. But these maggot boreholes or exit holes are often mistaken by law enforcement initially for gunshot wounds.
There's always more to discover about the wonderful world of murder and maggots.
And anybody that wants to fix and take home your souvenir maggot, you know, feel free. We have a few here.
Yeah, you're going to see coming in comes in fairly early, very active predator.
Oops. Oh, I see. They look like a bird's footprint or whatever. They're like, that's really cool.
Insects can tell a lot about a person's demise, but they're of little use if investigators can't find the body. For that, they look to the dogs. One of the biggest problems in death investigation is actually finding the body. If a killer dumps his victim in the woods, cadaver dogs can be used to search massive areas much faster than humans. These dogs are specialists in sniffing out death. They can help find buried bodies, dismembered bodies, and even indicate areas where a body used to be, but has since been moved.
Jesse, search. Search.
Now, cadaver dogs can be used on land, they can be used with surface finds, buried finds, and there are even instances where they use what they call water dogs. They're a type of cadaver dog to find bodies in the water.
A dog's nose is extremely sensitive.
Canine under control.
Go ahead.
Be advised we have a victim location, northeast corner of our segment. We'll advise grid location. We'll be marking the spot and backing out.
Canine experts believe it's as much as 100,000 times more precise than humans. Dogs can also discern among scents, so they can pick up on minute traces mixed in with other smells.
It's a very minute amount that we really can't conceive, and that's what we rely on. And it's extremely accurate and sensitive. It's amazing sometimes. Even all these years working a dog, I'm still amazed at what they can detect.
Search teams generally consist of a couple of dogs. They're highly trained handlers and a number of support personnel. Glenn Turpin is a police officer and member of an elite emergency response team based in Ontario.
Yeah, I get the question sometimes as to why you do it. It's not something I get reimbursed for. You know, I have my job and I do that, and we do this on the side. The circumstances, again, are tragic, and they're not that, you know, I wish they never did exist. I wish we never got called out. If we never got called out, then it would be a good thing. Unfortunately, things do happen, and we should be there to make sure it comes out right.
Boss, come. Hup.
Dogs are perfect for tracking down dead bodies.
Good boy. Come.
They're physical.
Boss, go.
They sniff out everything
Good boy.
and are easily trained.
As part of the selection process for training the dogs, not only do we have to have a dog that has lots of drive and he's very able to focus on his job and such, is we need a dog that's able to be comfortable in a whole number of different environments.
Boss, come.
Then we have to look at, you know, confidence building and control of the animal. So that will come through obedience training. And then we do the agility course as well. Not so much to run them through certain jumps, but to increase the dog's confidence. So when we come across obstructions in the field, that the dog's able to work through them.
Training the dogs to zero in on the scent of decomposing human remains is a lengthy process. The dogs learn to associate finding the terrible smell with getting a reward. Various scent articles are used in training. Some are manufactured pseudo-scents, but others are pieces of cloth saturated with body fluids or actual human remains.
You got something? You got something? Good boy, what do you got? What do you got? Good boy, what is it?
One of the benefits of utilizing the dogs is their natural prey drive. They want to work, they want to look, and what we're trying to do is recreate that environment. So we're utilizing that dog's natural hunting skills. So when we're working, we're out there working together, and we're doing the search as a team. And the dog will work off the handlers.
Okay, I've got 3 waypoints marked off.
The handler will work a predetermined search grid with a dog and flankers.
We can't teach him how to do this. We're relying on his abilities. We've just taught him what we're looking for.
Good boy. Search, Jess. We'll work this grid line along here, Jason, okay? Move along here. Search. Search, Jess.
The search pattern and amount of time the dog can be worked depends on the weather, environment, and terrain.
We can cover, 10, 20, 30 acres in a day quite easily. Again, depending on the circumstances, that would be a best case scenario. Sometimes we only cover, half an acre because we're doing a very fine, detailed search.
In a typical search pattern, they break down an area into 75-meter grids.
Search.
The team then moves through the area, searching for any clues or signs of disturbance. The handlers and flankers use their eyes and GPS. The dog relies on its nose.
Yep. We're almost there. We got about another 15 minutes left in this search segment, and then we'll I'll be back to command.
Some search areas are easy to move through. Others are more challenging.
If wind just blows in an open field, it's a very simplistic search, whether it's buried or it's on the surface. The dog is simply going to pick up scent that's blown. But that's make it realistic like it is in the real world. You've got to have a handler who can really read the dog.
In the real world, wind and rain play a huge role in the success of a search.
One of the biggest environmental factors that's going to affect a search operation is the wind. The wind is essentially the vehicle that carries the scent. And the more that's there, the more it's going to be dispersed and accessible to the dog.
If they have a good breeze and it's a cool day, the teams can cover a large area very quickly. But too much wind is a problem. A heavy wind will disperse the scent over a larger area, affecting what the search teams call the scent cone or scent wall. When the dog pinpoints the source of the smell, he lets the handler know. Obstructions like rocks and trees cause the scent to pool and linger. Trees can also have a chimney effect, fanning the scent up and out at the reaches of its leaves.
What tends to happen is objects, large structures, trees, buildings, the scent will pool against those areas and collect, especially if the victim's been there for quite some time. The other thing that will happen is colder water or rivers or ravines will draw scent down towards it and tend to collect or gather it down there.
Heat and cold don't really have much effect on scent, but they do impact the dogs.
Dogs are really no different than us. I mean, they don't like the heat, they don't like the cold. I mean, it comes down to a comfort level. Dry heat is probably one of the hardest areas for the dogs to work because they require their nose and they dissipate heat through their mouth. So when they're panting heavily, they're not breathing properly, they're not scenting as well.
With buried remains, it's a whole new story. Depth dictates everything. Did the killer have access to heavy equipment? Or did he leave the body in a shallow grave? Anything buried under 4 feet goes through the same decomposition process as surface remains.
Something that's buried a lot deeper, where we're below where insects are going to be, the oxygen level is lower, so the decomposition rate's really retarded. And then the scent has to actually work its way through the soil to the surface.
If the scent can get to the dog can get to the body. It doesn't matter if the victim's at the surface, buried deep, or even underwater.
Jason, do you want to flag it? Okay, and mark it on the GPS?
There's a lot of misconceptions that people think that they can hide remains from us.
3120 control. Go ahead. Be advised, we have a victim location here in segment 2.
Between the technology that investigators and forensics officers have and the scenting ability of these dogs, it's pretty hard. If we're in the area, we're probably going to find them.
10-4, we're just going to mark off the scene and we'll call that in as soon as we have it.
To a murderer, hiding a body may seem like a good idea. But even if it's out of sight, it can still lead police back to the killer. Case in point, a body moved from a crime scene to a dump site, or a vehicle involved in a hit and run.
Again, it's a speculative. Nobody's been able to determine exactly what length of time we can come in. I've personally been involved in investigations where bodies have been at a location, have been removed, and the dogs are still able to make a pretty solid indication as to where the location of the victim was.
Dealing with death day after day can be tough to handle.
The way you deal with it is knowing the end results. Yeah, the scenes aren't nice. You'll never get used to them. I don't care what anybody says. You learn to deal with them, and you just try to put a positive spin on it as best you can. knowing what you're getting and what you're helping accomplish, that's what makes it more easily dealt with.
No matter what you do, nature will always leave clues, whether they're on the surface or below, on ground or underwater. Once investigators find a body, the scene speaks volumes. Finding the clues that lead them back to the perpetrator can be a lengthy and tricky process. Participants at a forensics exercise in Hawaii use the latest techniques with the world's top experts.
First thing, obviously, do the photographs. Do an overall picture that shows the entire grave with the assemblage in it, and then maybe do some close-up shots of specific pieces of evidence.
And so as an anthropologist or an archaeologist or an odontologist or a dentist, if we're called into a case, we're called in to assist the medical examiner, and we're just assisting with their case.
Dr. Bob Mann is a forensic anthropologist with the U.S. Army Central Identification Lab in Hawaii. He's seen more than his fair share of homicides. Mann's focus is on finding and bringing back America's fallen war heroes. After over 20 years in forensics, Dr. Mann is a leading authority in the identification and recovery of human remains. The normal human skeleton has 206 bones and 32 teeth. If any of these remains, even fragments, are located at a crime scene, they can help draw a biological profile.
That biological profile is everything we can tell about the skeleton. Basically, though, we are trying to determine the person's age at death, their race, their sex, their stature, or how tall they were when they died, how long they've been dead, what might have killed them, and anything that may have happened to those remains after death. And all of those things are written in your bones. Your skeleton is a book. It's an encyclopedia of everything you've done in your life. And all those activities, if you use your right arm and you're hammering for years and years and years, you're going to build up the bones of your right arm more than the left. If you're a woman and you're putting bobby pins in your hair and you're using the front of your teeth to open those things, you're going to chip the front of your teeth. Those little pieces of evidence, those life activities are etched into your bones and teeth. And if you know what you're looking for, you can take and extract all of that information from the skeleton, and you can recreate what this person did in their lifetime and who that person is. And that's the goal of a forensic anthropologist. We stepped you through, and you all really lived through what happens, for the most part, on a crime scene.
The processing of a crime scene is a complicated endeavor, and not everyone does it exactly the same way.
There are different ways. As anthropologists, we do it one way. As crime scene technicians, they may do it a different way. As police in Florida, they may do it a different way than in New York or California. But there are some guiding principles that most of the police agencies and the medical examiners and the anthropologists and all deal with.
Bag everything goes into a separate bag. That bag is locked. And when it's taken back to our facility, if it's a homicide case, it's put in a separate vault. It's not put in a regular reefer, and it's locked in a vault. And that vault cannot be opened, and the bag can't be opened until all the investigators are there for the post-mortem the next day.
They can't tell.
Are those all together? No. You know what? They might be. No.
A lot of times what we'll do, we'll stick a line up through our vertebrae just to keep them all intact.
If they're articulated,
yeah,
you might want to do that. But usually, you know, if you can put a lot of bones together in one bag, they tend to break and rub, even just during transport.
So you split up.
Things with teeth like that too, you might do something different just to protect the teeth.
To prevent cross-contamination of the evidence, forensic technicians wear protective clothing, or bunny suits, as well as gloves and masks. They establish what's called a path of least contamination. This helps prevent any disruption of evidence left by the perpetrator. When looking for pieces of evidence, technicians mark and identify everything they find suspicious. Agents at the field exercise mimic the process, minus the Tyvek suits and gloves.
And of course, this is a simulation, but it's the same process that we go through at a crime scene.
Another flag, got another bone.
If they think it's a bone, they're going to mark it. If they think it is a boot or a shoe, they're going to mark it. So what we end up with at that point, when they've walked this whole area, this whole field, we'll be able to walk back and look and see the distribution of these pin flags. And does that distribution of pin flags tell us anything?
Every crime scene is like a jigsaw puzzle. Every piece of evidence, even those that are not there, speak for the victim. The job of the forensic team is to try and reconstruct and interpret the puzzle.
In a homicide, you've got all different things. We don't know what happened to this individual at a lot of scenes. But those remains and the clothing and everything around it at the crime scene will tell us a lot. The body posture, for example, will tell us a lot. If a body is found like this on the ground, what does it tell you? Like this, somebody may have been dragged through the grass. Like this, somebody would have been placed, maybe with some sort of care.
In order to put the crime scene in perspective, the team lays out an excavation grid, photographs the scene, and draws a detailed site sketch. The grids are like rubber bands on the ground. Investigators expand or shrink them as they need to. If a body is buried, nature will unleash a new set of clues. A buried body takes around 8 times longer to decompose than one on the surface. The soil environment acts like insulation, keeping the body cooler, postponing decomposition. With a deep burial, there's also less smell to attract insects and scavengers. But if it's a shallow grave, bloating of the corpse will create cracks and crevices in the soil. Burial may seem like the best way to hide a body, but it's not. The evidence is preserved much longer, and the experts know how to find it.
If you're looking for a buried body, if the body was buried in a complete state, as a fresh state, okay, you dig a hole, you put the body in it, you cover it with the dirt. When the body decomposes, the chest and the stomach cavities are going to deflate, and you're going to end up with a depression in the ground. Well, what you've recreated there with that little depression in the ground is there's a difference in that, in the ground in that depression from the area all around it. You've got your own little microcosm, a different little world there, and you're going to see differences in the ground, and that's what we're looking for.
Over here you were shallow.
This is real deep still.
Yeah, it's all deep through here.
This primary grave depression is a dead giveaway for investigators.
Right here? No, I mean, I wouldn't call these boundaries. This would probably be more middle. Yeah. But look. So this, I mean, this looks like...
Probing the grave's perimeter, removing the soil, and revealing the remains is a delicate process.
Evidence here. Take your camera, please. We found some medication here, a bottle of medication.
There's a date on there. There's a person's name on there.
That is an outer boundary.
Okay.
In a real case scenario, there are specific site procedures. Team members work in a systematic fashion, photographing and labeling key components of the crime scene. It's a difficult task on land. But what about remains dumped into water? Does this make it any easier for a criminal to get away with murder? Murders involving bodies dumped in water are among the toughest to solve. You'd think there'd be no clues left for investigators, but you'd be wrong. For elite forensic divers, underwater death scenes can tell plenty about how, when, and where a person died, whether by accident or murder. But police still have a lot to learn about what happens to bodies in water. So forensic dive team expert Sergeant Bill Wiley is using pigs as part of an ongoing study in Lake Ontario.
And we've seen from case to case where we've recovered bodies from water, certain signs on the body that really we had difficulty explaining what were they exactly. So We wanted to use this study as an opportunity to take a closer look at what happens to a body underwater.
Over the course of 2 years, Wiley and his team of forensic divers checked the remains of pigs placed at various depths in the lake.
We're able to look at the decomposition breakdown in the shallower depths where the temperatures are higher. We're able to look at scavenging patterns to see what is feeding on a body. And at this point, it's just leading us on to more investigation in different water bodies to see how things are different from one lake to another. I'm gonna get you a little closer. Okay, great.
The processing of a crime scene underwater is essentially the same as one on land, except it's a lot harder.
Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, the main difference between a land-based scene and an aquatic scene such as this is really we're operating in a hazardous environment or a hostile environment, and therefore we have to have the equipment and the different tools and whatever that are obviously different than you'd use in a land-based scene to record it. Diver 1 from surface, can you give us your observations, over?
Diver 1 to surface, the victim is laying on his side. And it's approaching him again now.
Roger, copy that. Keep us updated, over. And once...
The diver communicates with topside investigators and the dive supervisor through video and voice link.
Diver 1, if you can hear me, point your camera at Aaron, the cameraman, over. Okay, that's perfect, Diver 1. I have a good image of our cameraman, over. I've got a good clear image of the bottom. Thank you for holding that shot, over.
Documenting and preserving the evidence is top priority at an underwater crime scene.
The purpose of the forensic diver is to really act as the hands and the eyes of the topside investigators. We can't take forensic identification officers down to the scene with us, so we have to basically fill that role for them by recording the scene. If it is a death scene, we'd hopefully have the investigator on board, possibly the coroner on board, and that's the beauty of having this equipment. We can have the coroner come right out, and really he's responsible for that scene. He can tell us what he'd like to look at. We don't want to change the position of the body or anything until he says, okay, it's clear to change it.
It's a hazardous and gory job. Forensic divers must wear protective dry suits as well as specialized helmets and breathing equipment.
There are times when the diver is literally swimming in body fluids, especially when it comes time to actually moving it from the bottom. The body may have been involved with a car accident or a traumatic event that causes a lot of blood loss. And once the diver moves that body, he's literally swimming in the body fluid. So they have to wear protective equipment such as full face masks, such as vulcanized rubber suits. Basically, the equipment is designed so that the diver doesn't get wet at all.
Water itself has a major impact on how a body will decay. Salt water can act differently than fresh water, moving water differently than still water. Depth will also exert its influence.
We saw a great range of the decomposition process based on what depths our pigs were at. For example, at 50 feet, the decomposition was rapid. They tended to bloat up within a matter of sometimes a week to 2 weeks and leave the bottom. Where at 75 feet and 100 feet, the pigs that were put down never did leave the bottom. The cooler temperatures and the higher pressure at that depth kept them there, and the decomposition rate was slowed right down.
The slower rate of decomposition preserves clues and bits of evidence for years after death. Divers use a specialized mesh bag to bring remains and evidence to the surface.
Matt It means using a bag that allows the water to drain and yet will still retain any trace evidence that may be attached to the body or fall off during the recovery process.
The moment a body is exposed to air and warmer temperatures, its decomposition process becomes highly accelerated.
Okay, let's get our divers out.
Put him over here,
Okay, Murray, we're gonna walk you over to the other side, okay?
And we'd make observations immediately after bringing it to the surface. And we'd be doing a head-to-toe examination once again, looking at changes in the eyes that may indicate exposure to air, meaning that the person may have been killed on land and dumped in water. We look at liver mortar, or the color of the body, to see if it fits the scene. It indicates that the body had been left on land, lying on a surface, and then dumped in the water.
We'd look at the body position, rigor mortis or rigor mortis, and that could tell us a lot. Does it fit the scene? Normally, if a person drowns in the water, there will be a distinct position of the hands. They'll be usually raised slightly. The knees will be slightly bent, and it's a good indicator that it's potential the person may have drowned in the water. If you find a person in, let's say, a fetal position tucked in, it doesn't fit a drowning scene. That would fit a scene where somebody may have been killed on land, placed in a box or a small area, transported to a dump site, and then eventually dumped.
Bodies found in water can have unique signs of trauma. A body moving along the bottom will get cut and scratched. Fish and crabs will pick at remains.
Knowing what a scavenger can do and what the feeding patterns are can help us determine what happened to the body. Whether it was pre-death trauma, or whether something may have happened that would help us with the investigation, or was it just animals feeding? That feeding pattern alone can be a good clue to the investigator that there was trauma to the body and that may lead to their help solve their case.
With forensic diving, time of year makes no difference at all. Whether it's the heat of summer or the depths of winter, divers respond to calls 24 hours a day. Not a job for the faint of heart.
What happens with us is, it is a job. When the pager goes off at 3 a.m. in the morning, you find out very quickly if you are the type of person who wants to crawl along the bottom of a canal through all sorts of entanglements and zero visibility looking for a dead body. It's not for everybody, and you find out very quickly if you can do it or not. You may have somebody who's out there, a murderer, for instance, who's on the loose, and your responsibility is to help catch that person. And that passion to do the job properly really takes over sort of the human compassion side of things until after the job's over. And then once it's all over and done with and you've gone home and you have some time to think of it, we're all human and it can affect you. It affects everybody.
In the quest to solve the mysteries of murder, forensic experts have an impressive arsenal of tools at their disposal. Some are technological marvels. Others are as natural as the world around us. With nature's clues, investigators can piece together not only what may have happened, but also when and where. Each case is unique. Each environment influencing remains its own way.
Every single one of them is a unique puzzle. Every single one of them is intriguing. Every one of them just keeps you awake at night.
You never get used to it. At least I don't think you do. I don't actually think you should get used to it. If I ever reach the point where I walk up and I start looking at a body and going, oh, so what? Then it's definitely time for me to get out of it and find something else.
We have a saying that we work on the side of the angels. A lot, you know, your victims in murder cases are dead. And whatever you can do to bring about justice, make their death more understandable or more acceptable, I just feel I have to do.
Whether on land underground or underwater. Human remains provide investigators with clues. Making sense of those clues left behind can lead police straight back to the killer. In the century since Jack the Ripper struck terror in London's streets, other serial killers have followed in his bloody footsteps, raping, torturing, and killing. These predators are human sharks, the great whites of the criminal world. The law hates them and hunts them, but far too often these predators escape capture. When this happens, police seek help to try to understand what makes the unknown killer tick. These unique investigators are called profilers, and theirs is a new and rapidly evolving criminal science.
This is a brand new world where we need to use everything we have available at our fingertips.
There are thousands upon thousands of people out in the street. Why didn't he choose one of the other 100 women who walked past this place today? What is it that he saw in her that said she's the one?
These are the stories of the people who seek dark patterns inside the minds of murderers, the profilers. You probably heard about a murder today. On the radio, TV, or in the newspaper.
22-400.
The event is so common, we rarely take notice. Yet each of these violent crimes is about a human being now laying dead. Most murders are acts of anger, leaving a long trail of careless clues. Most murderers get caught. But catching those who kill for pleasure is harder. This rare breed is the most destructive element in our society. When a serial killer is on the loose, criminal investigators frequently turn to profilers for help. Psychologist Paul Britton is the United Kingdom's leading criminal profiler.
Very occasionally, I see someone that we would call a primary psychopath. A person who comes into the world with something that means that whatever happens to them in the world, if they have a good upbringing, decent education, good work opportunities, they're bright, they're healthy, they have what we would call all of the advantages. Nevertheless, they only get their pleasure from harming, from exploiting, from manipulating other people. Now, to the extent that they can, they know it's wrong. They know that, except they don't understand wrongness in the same way that most of us do. They know if they get caught, they're going to be confined for the rest of their life. The key thing with these people is that the only way we are going to stop them is by catching them and confining them.
Profiling is based on a simple premise: that people from all walks of life behave in predictable patterns. This hypothesis includes the patterns of violent criminals.
A sexually sadistic rapist is sadistic because he wants to be sadistic. If the newspapers were to advertise that a sexual sadist is active in a given community, he may try to change his pattern so that he's not committing sexually sadistic crimes. However, eventually, he's going to go back to being sadistic because that's what he likes to do.
TV's stereotypical profiler relives a crime in his imagination, a dark and disturbed clairvoyant. In reality, criminal profilers practice a science that is expanding the boundaries of modern policing.
There is a myth that exists around what we do and the people that do it. And the idea of a cracker-type individual or a profiler is typically seen as a crazy psychologist who sees things that no one else sees, that walks into crime scenes and senses things that have occurred, can interview a offender and make him crack, gain a confession, turn the key in the cell. And I think hopefully what we're doing is bringing a bit of scientific rigor to that process.
Profiling began with the most infamous serial killer in history, Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper was a trophy hunter. He removed the uterus from 2 of his victims, but the 5th and final killing of his last victim, Mary Kelly, that was butcher's work. He not only removed the heart, but she could only be identified by her hair and her eyes. The right leg was sticking up in the air, it had been split open with an axe. The torso had been skinned down to the rib cage. One breast, her womb and her kidneys were under her neck. The other breast and her liver were found under one of her feet. It really was a sort of butcher's work.
The London doctor who performed the autopsy on Kelly gave the opinion that the Ripper was an intelligent, daring man with some knowledge of surgery. Jack the Ripper was never caught, but profiling was born. Jack the Ripper also gave birth to our century's litany of serial killers. Our era has seen an unprecedented number of murderous predators, and many investigators believe these killers are now more elusive than ever.
In the 15 years that I've been a police officer, I've seen that crime itself seems to be evolving. Criminals are becoming more and more innovative and harder to catch. And as a police officer, we need to use everything that we have available. Criminal profiling is just one other great tool that we can throw into our tool set in order to catch criminals.
But modern profilers inhabit a dark world, filled with images that are hard to escape.
The difficulty is that instead of bringing the work home with you, it's inevitable that you leave a little bit of yourself behind with each of the crime scenes that you deal with. And in my estimation, there's only a limited amount of time that you can do that for. I mean, at some point, there has to be nothing left that you can usefully give.
Profilers support investigators by identifying a killer's modus operandi, or MO.
Is it an opportunistic offence? Is it a planned offence? Does the offender take items to the scene in order to control the victim? Does he build in some sort of escape strategy so that he's able to leave the scene and minimise his chance of apprehension? There's a whole host of issues which all come together to form some idea of an offender.
No 2 profilers work the same, but all search for patterns in behavior that point to a killer's identity.
It's quite an ethereal thing sometimes. You read through the very fine point details of what it is that offender has done within the crime, and you take it to pieces, basically, and then put it on your table like almost like a 1,000-piece jigsaw.
Profiler Paul Britton helped police solve a mystery that shocked the world in 1993. A 2-year-old boy, James Bulger, went missing from his mother in a shopping mall.
He had been found some time later on a railway track, a disused railway track, and he had been injured in some terrible ways. I don't really want to go over that here, but some very distinctive, terrible ways.
To the profiler's trained eye, the crime scene didn't make sense. The worn path beside the railway was made by children, not adults.
Now, examining what had happened to the little boy made it plain that there were several people involved. But the other thing is that even though there was what was at first thought to be an element of sexual predation, what you really had were a series of tiny injuries. They were carried out by children.
Britain's astounding profile was confirmed when a closed-circuit TV camera from the mall showed Bulger being led away by two 10-year-old boys. They were eventually convicted of killing James Bulger.
One of the saddest questions that I've ever been asked about the investigation, about the murder of little James Bulger, is why? How is it that you can take two youngsters around about 10 years old and have them do this? And the answer is so mundane, it's so tragically banal, that even now people don't truly hold on to it. What happened is, as they went along, they got the thrill of what they were doing, they knew what they intended to do from the beginning, and it was simply something that gave them pleasure at the time.
I think ultimately there is an element of doing some good, and whilst I would be the first one to say that I should never be judged purely on convictions, there is nothing quite as good as that phone call from the senior investigating officer to tell you that they have a man in custody and that your contribution had a part to play in bringing that man into custody.
The profilers seek to make things safer for us all. They know that human predators will never disappear. But there are ways to help investigators catch them sooner. Some predators try to cover their trail by moving from one hunting ground to the next, separating their crimes by hundreds of kilometers. Now a new system aims to catch even the most mobile of murderers.
Yep, I'm rolling on the K9 right now.
He's rolling on the K9.
Can you pan right a bit left, right? There you go.
February 1993. Police in Ontario, Canada, arrest Paul Bernardo for the murder of two teenage girls. Investigators realize that Bernardo is also a serial rapist who has eluded capture by moving from one attack zone to another.
Provincial Electric Center, Detective Jorgensen, how can I help you?
Hi, John. It's Detective Collins from Peel. I got a case I need your help with.
Bernardo is a wake-up call.
I'm just going to ask you a series of questions so we can begin the quick queries. So, the victim, for the victimology?
Yeah, the victim is female.
Yes.
Caucasian, age 23.
His atrocities help spark a revolution in policing.
Caucasian?
Computerized profiling, a system that has now become the world standard. This new profiling agency is called VICLAS, acronym for Violent Crime Linkage Analysis System.
When serial offenders take place, we're always focusing on the verbal, the physical, and sexual behavior. So someone that is doing something serial may commit the same type of fantasy-driven actions in other offenses, and that's what we're looking for when we're reviewing the books.
The books are detailed reports submitted by investigators on homicide, missing person, sexual assault, and abduction cases. The VICLAS computer links cases by behavioral patterns, an electronic hunt for killers on the move. Some of the data that VICLAS collects is mundane, and some is chilling.
When offenders of a serial nature commit their crimes, they're trying to satisfy a fantasy that they have in their mind. And this fantasy plays like a movie that they're trying to make perfect. And in this movie is all kinds of behavior that jumps out at the analyst while he's looking at the case. In particular, verbal behavior. And in that, the offender may ask the victim to repeat a particular phrase that is part of his fantasy. He may be assaultive, he may tie the victim up, or he may not. In terms of sexual behavior, it is whatever the offender is looking for to sexually gratify himself, to satisfy his fantasy.
There are thousands upon thousands of people out in the street. I need to understand why he chose her in particular. Why didn't he choose one of the other 100 women who walked past this place today? What is it that he saw in her that said she's the one?
There are now 158,000 cases on the computer.
Homicide, Detective Doherty.
Yeah, I have the results of your quick query.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Yes, the Vi-Class ID number...
In the few years since its creation, police have come to trust Vi-Class as a critical ally in the war on violent crime.
Thanks, John.
Vi-Class has allowed me to see things from a different perspective. Instead of being an investigator who is out trying to focus on one particular crime and almost pigeonholed in my approach to that, Vi-Class has broadened my perspective and allowed me to realize that there's a whole lot going on in the mind of a deviant criminal. And the more I can learn about that, the better it's going to make me able to do my job.
The success of Vi-Class has sparked a global revolution in crime fighting. England's National Crime Faculty outside London is just one of the many organizations that sees Vi-Class as the future. Britain has adopted the system for the same sad reason as Canada, a serial killer on the move who didn't get caught.
Yeah, I mean, our whole unit was set up primarily because of a series of sexually motivated homicides that occurred in the late 70s. And basically the problem was we have a number of police forces that don't communicate very well with each other because of their number. And that was picked up because this serial killer at the time wasn't identified as a serial killer. So our unit really is primarily there to function as that communicative sort of device between forces.
The Vi-Class system has made an unsettling discovery. In Canada alone, the computer has determined that there are 200 to 500 violent serial offenders on the loose, far more than anyone thought.
We're not investigators. We don't say that we are going to link your crimes. What we say is we will show you other cases that you may find a link between, and then it's up to the investigator to go to that next step and prove it. They have ownership of their own cases, so we're basically an honest broker to say, well, here are a few more that you might want to look at.
In the United States, one of the most notorious rapist killers in history eluded police by hunting from state to state. But over 20 years later, American investigators still lack a nationwide crime linkage system.
It was more than 20 years ago that Ted Bundy alerted the U.S. authorities in the late 70s after his arrest that jurisdictional boundaries and the inability of police officers to communicate allowed him to remain uncaptured for a long period of time.
We want people to be caught and captured for these serious offences sooner rather than later. Our whole reason for being is to shorten the investigative process and hopefully prevent future victims from occurring by us assisting the investigators to catch them quicker.
The Vi-Class system shows us what criminal profilers have known for decades. We're not all the same. Human predators are different, and they know they're different. Renowned profiler Paul Britton believes some serial killers are too unpredictable for the computer, such as a murderer he profiled in 1994.
When we caught the fellow who had killed her, one wants to look at why. And why did he choose her? He chose her because she wore red shoes. So, although there can be deep psychological characteristics about each individual victim, it may be that there are very superficial characteristics that you need to attend to as well. And that's why it's important to ask all of the questions. I think a great difficulty that sometimes attaches to people who are newly coming to the field of psychological profiling, or who perhaps haven't yet developed the depth of experience, is that they will come to conclusions too soon.
Serial killers have learned to stay a step ahead. Many adapt to the police's profiling tactics, trying to throw investigators off the scent. But a profiling innovation is now revolutionizing the hunt. It's called geographic profiling, a system that shows police where to look for serial killers. How an offender kills speaks volumes. And for a long time, police have also known that where is just as important. This understanding has led to the invention in Canada of a new type of scientific profiling, the geographic profile.
The most accurate profile that I have ever prepared identified the offender in the top 1/100th of a square kilometer of the profile area.
There are only 7 geographic profilers on the planet. Brad Moore is one of them.
For years, police officers have been putting pins into maps and trying to identify where the offender lives based on where he's committing his crimes. All we're doing now with geographic profiling is quantifying that and putting numbers to what has always been theories and concepts that police officers have looked at.
Geographic profiling relies on a mathematical computer program called Rigel.
Geographic profiling is based on the concept of distance decay, that many people do more things closer to home than they do further from home. So we have a computer algorithm or an equation that is used to calculate distance decay, and we use that distance decay to determine where offenders are based. A typical geographic profile takes generally in excess of 1 million calculations to prepare, and Rigel does those 1 million calculations in about 4 seconds.
Rigel creates a 3-dimensional shape resembling a mountain range. The red summit is the most likely location of the offender's residence. Canadian detective Blaise Doherty saw geographic profiling in action in 1998. After months of reports of a flasher in a suburban park, the unknown offender committed a violent rape.
Whatever mental script he was working from to satisfy his sexual urges, that didn't do it for him, not that night anyways. And that escalation for us meant that we have a serial sex offender that wasn't going to be stopped, that he was going to attain his goal regardless of the risks that he put himself in.
Profilers know that when a peeper or flasher escalates to rape, he may be on the dark path to murder.
Now, escalation is the process that begins with what we would call less serious offending and gradually, step by step by step, increases in severity. It may move, for example, from indecent exposure through to full sexual homicide.
Rob Shearer was also an investigator on the rape case.
In June of 1998, Detective Doherty and myself were assigned to look into the events of the last couple of months. A task force had been dismantled just before we were assigned the case, and it had amassed approximately 312 suspects that could have possibly been involved in this crime. Right on the 26th of April.
With over 300 suspects and an escalating offender, the investigators turn to Brad Moore for help. He visits the crime scene, gathering the data he needs for a geographic profile. A GPS fix gives him a precise location for the crime, essential for the computer.
Investigators look at the whole picture. They want to see what evidence is available. When I look at the photos or look at the crime scene from a geographic point of view, I see things, I need to see things like why the offender chose the area. Is there anything significant about the area that is important? Aspects that may be important to the offender's choice of the crime scene may include ease of access, ease of escape. It might include the closeness, the proximity of residences. It might include the number of victims that might be found at that particular area at a given time.
Back at police headquarters, Moore prepares his computerized profile. The result is what's called a jeopardy surface.
The jeopardy surface represents the probability of offender residence. So geographic profiling doesn't provide an X marks a spot. It gives us the probability of locating the offender residence in any given area. So the peak part of the geographic profile is the best place to start looking for the offender.
Just directly to your right. Okay, yeah, just up to the north of Highway 2 here. It's more solid.
One prime suspect in the rape case lives in the bullseye of Moore's geographic profile.
Detective Sergeant Moore had an X on his particular apartment building. Detective Sergeant Moore jokes that he wasn't able to give us the apartment number, but he still did very well.
The rapist is caught and convicted.
Air 1 Control, the two officers have one suspect in custody.
The things he does, I can't explain it. I don't know exactly how he does it, but I know that he has an inside track on where to find the bad guy in the shortest time.
The upshot for unknown offender cases is that investigators can focus on a smaller geographic area for their manhunt.
Suspect is still in the
With cases like these, with unknown offenders running around committing crimes in large cities, they could take years and years before they're solved.
He's tracking it towards you there now. Rick, if you want to get involved.
Geographic profiling has caught the attention of police worldwide. The National Crime Faculty outside London is now conducting geographic profiling for all of Europe. Neil Traynor is the UK's first geographic profiler.
Say you're a male sex offender, you want an 18-year-old female, you're not going to go to a strange area because you run the risk of being interrupted, you run the risk of not knowing the escape routes, and you actually increase your risk of being caught. If you know an area, you can target it. You can target the time that you're going to be there to minimize the risk of being apprehended.
As in Canada, geographic profiling in the United Kingdom proves that human predators are creatures of habit, hunting only in areas they know. To date, geographic profiling has never scored less than an 85% success rate.
We use a phrase that offenders don't go where they don't know, and we certainly find that to be true.
While the computer helps decode where serial killers strike, psychological profilers continue to seek the reasons why.
It's what happened at school. It's what happened with their friends. It's the way that they have learned that other people don't really matter. Other people are there for their exploitation. They're there for their pleasure. And this manifests itself in all sorts of different and often unique ways. But at the core, there is this absence of valuing, of recognizing other people as being important in their own right. They're just there for my pleasure.
The science of profiling raises an interesting question. If it works across oceans, will it work across oceans of time? Can new tools help catch a long-lost killer? On these London streets, the ultimate predator once committed horrific crimes. It's still a tough part of town. Over 100 years ago, it was legendary. Jack the Ripper killed here. Advances in forensic science give investigators new tools to solve baffling crimes. Cold cases are reviewed anew, and modern investigators can tackle old, unsolved mysteries. The most infamous mystery of all took place in London over 100 years ago. Today, using the latest profiling techniques, the world's top profilers can pit themselves against the most elusive murderer in history. The game is called Catch Jack the Ripper. London, 1888. 5 prostitutes are killed in a matter of weeks, all victims of Jack the Ripper. The killings stop as suddenly as they started. The Ripper is never caught. The murder spree took place in a squalid neighborhood called Whitechapel.
Jack the Ripper has always been an interesting subject. It's always fascinated the public. One of the reasons for the attraction is that we've glamorized the Jack the Ripper murders. It's a glamour which has been reinforced by movies, by television. The reality of the murders is that they're extremely brutal, ugly, and nasty.
Paul Britton thinks psychological profiling would have helped catch Jack the Ripper if it had existed in 1888.
Jack the Ripper. I think that the approach to the Whitechapel murders would be exactly the same as the approach to any other case that I would be called to deal with. It's the chronology, the how, the why. You have a person who was apparently, if it is the same person, able to come to a small part of London to brutally kill, with some escalation, a number of women over a relatively short time and then disappear. If you were to use many of the concepts that we use now, if we talk of escalation and all sorts of the other things, we might be looking for different sorts of patterns.
Analysts at Britain's National Crime Faculty are world leaders in the modern science of profiling.
My advice will be practical. It will be the likely age of the offender, whether or not that particular individual is likely to already be known to the police in that area or in other areas. If so, what sort of age would he have been when he came to notice to the police or to the authorities? What sort of crime types would we expect this offender to have committed prior to this offence? Is he a sexual offender? Is he a burglar? Is he a violent individual? So it will be routine police parameters that I'll be offering.
We know that he was a male, that he was white, probably either 5'3" or 5'7" in height. Semi-literate, free at weekends. That's the significance of the murder dates. They take place on either on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday. In the age group, he's in the 25-35 age group. Where we are standing now, this is Bucks Row in Whitechapel, the location for the first of the Jack the Ripper murders. It's the furthest point east that the Ripper came. The killing ground is only a walk of 15 minutes across. And so it's from this breeding ground that Jack the Ripper picks his victims. And it's here, in this street behind me, that he begins his murderous career and launches out onto what has been called the Autumn of Terror.
Computerized geographic profiling is pinpoint accurate in finding today's predators. Geographic profilers believe they'd have similar success catching this century-old killer.
I think if we were to approach the Jack the Ripper case today, we'd treat it no different to how we treat the cases we do. There are a number of crime sites over a period of time. We would examine where those crime sites are. We'd look at the movements of the offender at the relevant times. We'd look at the times and day which those offences take place.
Jack the Ripper's victims were killed in a concentrated geographic area.
He has a tremendous familiarity with the area, and he stays within the area that he knows. If you did a block of the murder locations, the first one is in the northeast. The second one is in the northwest. He then cuts down for the third to the southeast, the fourth to the southwest, and then for the fifth he's back up into the northwest. So he's working within an area of just only one a 15-minute walk across. It's a very, very small area. So he stays within the area that he knows.
The Ripper's 5 known murders are the exact minimum that Brad Moore requires to build a profile.
The Whitechapel area where the Jack the Ripper offenses occurred was an area that was frequented by many prostitutes and many people looking for prostitutes. By looking at the crimes and the information we have now, it appears that the offender probably did live in the Whitechapel area and knew the area well enough to commit crimes in quiet areas where he wasn't likely to be disturbed.
The computer program Rigel completes 1 million calculations in just 4 seconds. The result is an exact location for the house of Jack the Ripper. 3 streets used to intersect here: Flower, Dean, and Thrall. Today, a housing project for some of London's poorest residents stands here. It wasn't all that different in Jack the Ripper's time. Back then, the street was lined with cheap rooming houses. Did Jack the Ripper live on this street? If he did, the police were chasing the wrong man. None of their suspects lived on this city block.
As far as the Jack the Ripper suspects are concerned, we have a complete range of names, going from a future King of England down to a sort of a backstreet abortionist. Because he had this anatomical knowledge, there's inevitably been the suggestion that he was a surgeon, that he was a doctor. It's quite easy from that supposition to then convey this image of the cloaked figure with the medical bag, the top hat, and gives us that image of the doctor, which has sort of overlain the Jack the Ripper story for so many decades.
The profilers doubt that the Ripper was a doctor. The evidence points to a hardened, violent local of Whitechapel's mean streets.
Geographic profiling, if it had existed back then, may have assisted investigators in identifying where Jack the Ripper lived, and could have pointed them towards some suspects that existed at the time, and maybe allowed them to focus their efforts on those suspects and identified who Jack the Ripper actually was.
But even in the 21st century, Paul Britton concedes that Jack the Ripper would be a worthy adversary.
If the myth is correct, you have a person who is able to mysteriously appear, do whatever it is done in a relatively short time, and then disappear again. How is that? How far through the streets of London, which may or may not have been crowded, can a person who, drenched in blood, all of the things that the television and the various newspapers tell us, if all those things are true, then you've got one of the most lucky, random, disorganized killers that you've ever seen.
Even today, the Ripper murders amaze and inspire others to follow in his gruesome path. Other modern forensic scientists have studied Jack's handwriting and even his DNA. The list of suspects is still growing. But the truth of the game is, the Ripper's identity will never be known for sure.
It's a case like this that shows the importance for only saying the things that you can demonstrate. I think that if you go back to other considerations of psychological profiling, the Jack the Ripper case is perhaps a case example that you might use to sort out those people who should be doing this work from those who shouldn't.
Everybody has a theory about Jack the Ripper. You could walk down any street and you could sort of ask anyone who was Jack the Ripper. And I'm sure sort of 8 or 9 times out of 10, somebody would actually give you an answer. Doesn't matter what it is, but they would actually know the name and they would give you an answer. So everybody has a theory. And because there is such a diverse number of theories, we're going, no other murder case has this range of suspects.
Modern criminal profiling dispels the gentleman killer myth and points to a much more mundane murderer. The profilers believe Jack the Ripper was an 1880s version of today's serial killer, a monster who kills for thrills. Jack was ahead of his time, but hardly original. Criminal profiling is a new science, and a science our society desperately needs to keep us all safe. It's an indisputable fact that there are more serial killers on our streets today than any other era. No one knows why. What investigators do know is that the predators are getting smarter. The profilers are bracing themselves for the future of violent crime.
This is a brand new world where we need to use everything we have available at our fingertips. Traditional methods now don't always work for police officers. We need to broaden our scope a little bit. Criminal profiling, geographic profiling, and threat assessments are 3 new exciting tools that we can use. In terms of actual profiling, for unknown offender cases, profilers are able to provide investigators with a clear picture as to what type of offender that they're looking for.
The profilers are adapting, learning from the men they hunt. Paul Britton once helped catch a predator who killed for mere fame, a truly modern murderer.
Here was a man who was building a theatre. This is a man who was not so much interested, or at least not only interested in killing the men that he was killing, he was leaving something for the people that would come and find what he'd done. He wanted to be regarded as being a great killer. He wanted to join, if you like, the halls of notoriety.
New techniques, such as geographic profiling, are taking crime fighting into the future. Profiler Brad Moore believes that one day he may be able to use the computer to predict and prevent crimes that have not yet been committed.
Geographic profiling is a relatively new field, so we have a lot to learn about what else we can do in geographic profiling. I've just completed a research project to determine if we can use the same techniques that we use in geographic profiling to predict where an offender lives, if we can use those techniques to predict where an offender will commit future crimes, and it looks promising.
In recent years, investigators around the world have come to understand that profilers are not psychics. They're specialists in a rare science.
There are so few of us at the moment, but that's only a matter of time before that changes. I think it's very new. People are starting to see the results that the use of this technique can have within an investigation. And I think as time goes on, there'll be a lot more of us, not just in the UK, but in Europe as well.
I think that profiling, broadly speaking, is extremely well accepted by investigators. Once again, traditional methods aren't always going to solve crimes. We need to innovate, and this is the kind of technology and the kind of innovations that we need.
Serial killers will always hunt among us, but the profilers continue their hunt to catch these predators before they kill again.
What I want to see is results that assist, you know, the general good and the public good. And I think that there's any sort of better public good than preventing them from being harmed, really.
Oh, I think that the work that I've done in psychological profiling is among the most unpleasant, painful, distasteful work that I've ever done in my life. It's certainly not work that I would choose to do. I wouldn't go out and say, please, please, let me do this. There's only one reason to do it, and that's because someone is out there hurting somebody, and the police or someone else thinks that there may be something that you can bring that will stop it.
A person teetering on the edge of reason is betrayed not only by his mind, but also by his body.
Very few crime scenes are planned, especially major crime scenes or violent crimes. They're usually crimes of passion, either anger or love.
Visible or invisible, at almost every crime scene, the human body will leave its mark. Now, new technologies help forensic experts find even the tiniest traces of these clues.
When they leave, they had forgotten that they had their right glove off. They've left footwear impressions. Somebody had a handful of hair trying to defend themselves, and we find that type of evidence all the time.
This is the story of how fingerprints, footprints, bite marks, and even ear prints help investigators solve baffling crimes inside the secret world of impressions. Every one of us is different. Each part of our bodies is unique. It is our individuality that allows forensic science to track the marks we leave behind. Wheels are set in motion the instant a criminal touches a surface. The impressions that he leaves behind begin a fascinating journey, from the crime scene to the forensic investigators, to its final destination, the courtroom. Robin Flummerfelt is a criminal prosecutor.
The thing about this type of evidence is it tends to corroborate eyewitness evidence. You have somebody who, on a dark night, saw somebody they pretty sure was the accused leaving the scene. This type of evidence can be subject to reasonable doubt. But when you have a fingerprint, for example, an impression from the accused, right in the spot where that eyewitness saw them, it bolsters that eyewitness's evidence, and it's evidence of its own. When these forensic ident guys come to court with their impressions, they make it look so easy. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot of work and expertise that goes into it behind the scenes.
Forensic experts are using the latest breakthroughs in science to detect even the tiniest of clues. We all know about fingerprints, but now investigators are using the impressions left by teeth, feet, and the latest and strangest, ear prints. In the Netherlands, criminals can actually be convicted based on ear print evidence. Dutch police have been trained to look not only for fingerprints and trace evidence, but also for the impressions left by an ear. Cornelis Vanderloot is the visionary behind this forensic innovation.
Part of my job is to try to solve crime.
And I think we should use all possibilities that are available.
Vanderloot teaches hands-on crime scene investigation in a practice house at the Netherlands Institute for Crime Science. In 1987, he was a forensic ident officer with the Dutch police. He became involved in a burglary case where an ear print was the key piece of evidence. This unique case inspired Vanderloot to make ear print evidence his life's work.
Is dat een dader voordat hij naar binnen gaat nogal eens zijn oor te luisteren legt.
We had expected several cases a year, but it appears to be hundreds, perhaps thousands a year in which you can find ear prints. But what we also saw that in cases of murder and rape, ear prints are found, and that's easy to explain because somebody who wants to rape somebody or kill somebody wants to know exactly the position of his victim. He doesn't want his victim to be able to run away. So he will try to enter the house without being seen or heard, but knowing exactly the location of his victim. So he will listen at doors and windows to locate the victim. The problem is that in the beginning, scenes of crime officers did not pay attention to ear prints. They didn't know they were there.
Vanderloot trains Dutch police officers on how and where to look for an ear print. In a field riddled with skepticism, this has taken years of hard work.
Once I started ear prints, the news spread that I was identifying people from ear prints. There's of course skepticism amongst scenes of crime officers. You could not believe you could find ear prints, but also amongst the scientific community who said, well, can you actually identify from ear prints? Are they so unique that you can point to one individual? Or might you just have class characteristics? Well, my opinion is, and still is, that ears are unique. If you compare that to faces, you've got two eyes, two eyebrows, one nose, one mouth, two cheeks. But does that mean that you look like me? No, we're totally different. So even if we have things in common, like anatomical features, they might end up looking completely different. And that's what it is in ears. There's only one body part which looks like an ear. It's a very special shape. There's no other part of the human body that could make a similar image or an impression.
Vanderloot is slowly winning over the skeptics. Once police officers started looking for ear prints, they were amazed to find so many of them. Kees Slache is a crime scene investigator and one of Vanderloot's first converts.
When we know that Cor discovered the ear prints, we also tried to find ear prints. And I may say that was a great success. And since 1997, we find ear prints, especially at houses with a portico.
A portico is a hallway with no windows to the outside, an easy target for a burglar. But before breaking in, he will almost always listen at the door for noises inside. What is left behind is a sweat deposit in the shape of an ear.
At a crime scene, we look for marks. When we locate an ear print at the door, first we take measures, the position of the ear print. Then we recover the ear print.
An ear print is only useful if there is something to match it with. So Kees and his team take ear prints from each suspect for comparison.
First, we take the measure of his eye and the distance between the ground and the middle, the center of the ear. And then we ask him to sit down, and one is holding his head steady and the other is pushing the glass plates to the ears.
The reason for taking 3 different ear prints at varying pressures is because an ear is 3-dimensional. The harder an ear is pressed to a surface, the more it distorts.
Because the ear is a very flexible material, you can understand that if you put an ear against a surface, there will be a distortion. I can show this by putting this glass plate against the ear. So if I do it from the front to the back, something like this would happen. And that's what you need to know. That's what a senior crime officer needs to know down exactly the position of the ear, because that's important if you want to take ear prints from a suspect.
With an ear print from both the crime scene and the suspect, Vanderloot now seeks to find a match.
This is just an example of the whole process. This is an ear print found at a crime scene. Here are 4 different people. It could be the suspect in this case. So what you do, you take ear prints from each suspect on a black gel lifter. The original print is an oval ear with a kind of bump at the back. If you look at the third ear, this is an oval ear and it does have a bump at the back. So if I had to choose from those, I would take this one to compare to the crime scene mark. So I took a transparency and I put them together. You'll see this fits exactly. There's no difference between the 2 ears. There is a match.
Kees Slotje is the first police officer in the world to have an earprint database. In the 5 years of its operation, he's proven that this unusual criminal science works. Kees has processed hundreds of crime scene earprints, many of which have led to a conviction.
The advantage of using earprints to solve crime is that it adds to the already existing number of things we have to solve crime, like footwear, fingerprints. It's just another piece of the puzzle.
Today, only parts of Europe accept earprints as evidence. So Vanderloot is conducting a scientific study to prove to the rest of the world that no 2 ears are alike. But for now, North American investigators remain skeptical. Brian Dalrymple is a veteran of forensic science.
With something like earprints, I have spent 30 years in the discipline of forensic identification and have never encountered an earprint in any of the cases I worked in.
It's hard to imagine that earprints could ever be as probative as fingerprints because there's so much more detail in a fingerprint. But having said that, it's up to an expert to make that determination and ultimately up to a jury to make that determination.
I think the process of vetting and accepting new technology in our business is very conservative and for very good reasons. We don't want to make mistakes. We don't want bad science to hurt the integrity of the profession. And so for that reason, we tend to be very cautious about adopting new technologies.
I don't think people in Northern America are different from people in Europe. There will be criminals there as well that before they enter a building to get what they want to get, will listen at doors or windows. Perhaps scenes of crime officers over there do not know exactly where to look, but as soon as they know, I'm sure they will find the earprints.
There is one man in Canada who understands the plight of Cornelis Vanderloot. He has a very similar obsession. His is a foot fetish. Crime scene investigators are learning that the human body leaves unique impressions, from the ears right down to the feet. Robert Kennedy is a seasoned crime scene investigator. He is also the world's leading expert in footprint evidence.
We know that the human body is unique. Fingerprints are unique, your DNA is unique, your face features are unique, so why not your bare foot impressions?
He has spent 15 years attempting to prove that no 2 footprints are the same.
So what we're trying to show is that the morphology of the foot, that is the shapes of the toes, the contour of the ball of the foot, that those in enough detail is enough to identify somebody back to a crime scene.
Kennedy's inspiration came in 1989 in a shocking murder case.
Good evening. There's sorrow and fear in New Brunswick tonight. A solemn church service was held this evening for a Roman Catholic priest found murdered in his home last night.
Alan Legere, a convicted murderer, escapes prison and goes on a killing spree.
It's the 4th in a series of killings that have terrorized.
His body was discovered in the church rectory amid signs of a struggle.
Killer who escaped from prison.
Alan Legere is to be considered one of the most dangerous and wanted criminals in Canada.
Leger's last victim is a Catholic priest, Father James Smith. Investigators can find no conclusive evidence to prove that Leger killed the priest, but there are bloody boot prints at the scene.
Several days later, about 100 kilometers away, a pair of boots were found behind a hotel. Those boots were compared with the crime scene because they were not really old boots and they shouldn't have been thrown behind a hotel. And with this crime just being committed a couple of days ago, we thought that we should have at least examined it.
The treads perfectly match the blood impressions at the crime scene. But the boots alone are not enough evidence to convict. He wants proof that Leger wore them and has a revolutionary idea. He cuts off the soles and compares the impressions to Alan Leger's feet. They are an exact match.
The impressions inside were photographed, traced, and compared with the bare foot of Alan Leger. And we're able to link Alan Leger as having worn the boots and gave evidence in court on that.
The jury is not convinced that footprint evidence is legitimate, so Kennedy embarks on a forensic experiment.
We had to show the court that the barefoot impressions is in fact unique to an individual, and we did this by collecting barefoot impressions from 1,000 volunteers, made up a database and compared each impression from each volunteer against one another, and found that the hypotheses that barefoot impressions are unique back to an individual was proving out.
His experiment works. The jury is convinced, and Alan Leger is sentenced to life in prison. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police summoned Kennedy to headquarters to launch a large-scale forensic foot study. His job, to determine if every footprint in the world is unique.
Okay guys, what I want is to get your barefoot impressions for some research we're doing with the RCMP. The research entails getting inked impressions off your bare feet.
For more than a decade, Kennedy has been persuading volunteers to bare their soles. He is finally nearing his goal of collecting 24,000 barefoot impressions.
Okay, what we're looking at is the shape of the large toe on that one as compared to the shape of the large toe on that. We would also compare, this one has a toe stem, that doesn't, that makes a difference. The ridge detail on the sole of a foot and the toe pads are identical to the ridge detail on the palms of the hands and the fingers. However, very seldom do you find ridge detail at a crime scene because it's usually in a shoe, in a sock, in blood, in mud, some foreign matter, and it takes away the clarity, therefore you don't have ridge detail, but what you do have are placements and shapes, and that's what we're studying here.
Each print is scanned into a computer and measured from every angle. Kennedy was right. So far, no two prints have been found to be alike.
And it just becomes a matter of analyzing that data and forming the opinion whether it is or is not useful for forensic work. And I'm sure it will be.
Kennedy's study has cemented his status as the world's leading forensic footprint analyst. It's a job that has taken him to more than his share of grisly crime scenes.
Well, my job usually starts with a phone call, saying they have a murder, looks like there's blood, barefoot impressions at the crime scene, let's say. First thing we need are the half-decent photographs of the crime scene with a scale. Once the suspect is arrested, we need shoes that the suspect wore at the time of arrest. Get lots of ink on your foot. We need a walking barefoot impression from the suspect. At the bottom, turn around and come back. You ready? It's very difficult for somebody to try to change their impression and have it be consistent throughout 20 feet of walking.
Kennedy is constantly perfecting the science of matching prints to crime scene evidence. It doesn't matter if the criminal left bare footprints or left impressions of a common brand of shoe. Kennedy works on a simple premise. The killer got there somehow, and when he did, he left his unique and telltale evidence.
Everybody has to walk to the crime scene, walk around the crime scene, and leave the crime scene. So they have to have something on their feet, whether it's shoes, boots, barefoot impressions. And it's a matter of being able to find those footwear impressions and identify it back to a suspect.
Kennedy is determined to not be ignored by the forensic world. He never gives up hope that his specialized field may one day be as accepted as fingerprint analysis.
It's a new area to identify criminals back to a crime scene, showing the new process and having it work in court and accepted in court. So I guess that's what excites me.
The judge is the gatekeeper. He's the one that's going to decide whether this goes to the jury. He doesn't decide about the ultimate reliability of it. That's up to the jury. He's got to separate the wheat from the chaff. He's got to keep out the junk science and let only worthwhile evidence get before the jury. And I have no doubt that as the years go by, forensics is going to come up with all kinds of new areas that are going to be subject to the same tests, that'll be suspected at first, and will be widely accepted at the end of the day.
Footprints and ear prints are the newest discoveries in impression evidence. But experts aren't stopping there. Even the infamous fingerprint is going through its own technological revolution. Established for well over a century, the most famous of all impressions is the fingerprint, the very symbol of forensic science. Brian Dalrymple is among the world's top fingerprint experts.
The surface of the hands and the feet are covered with a special kind of skin, a skin that's designed to give us purchase. It's called friction skin, and it looks like corduroy. On the surface of this friction skin, there are many more times the number of sweat pores than there are on any other part of the body.
Human sweat is composed of water, salt, lipids, and amino acids. It can also retain anything we touch in our daily lives: cosmetics, oils, foods, newspaper ink, and even blood. These things combine with our sweat to create a unique signature.
In my basic training, we were taught that each fingerprint is entirely unique and separate in terms of the detail from all of its neighbors on the same hands, plus from every other person in the world, living or dead. There are several different kinds of fingerprints. The kind that we are most forensically interested in, of course, are what are called latent or hidden fingerprints.
Crime scene investigators have always lifted fingerprints using the same process, dusting for prints. Fingerprint powder works by adhering to the skin's secretions. The result is like a carbon copy of the criminal's impression. But powder doesn't always work. There are surfaces like the sticky side of tape, plastic bags, and some metals that are impossible to lift prints from. In 1976, Brian Dalrymple changed that and revolutionized CSI.
I was faced with a problem involving photography early in my career in the 70s, and this involved visualizing fingerprints on a very difficult surface.
Dalrymple was a police officer specializing in forensic photography. He teamed up with two scientist friends, and together they discovered that lasers caused fingerprints to glow. Dalrymple reasoned that if a print couldn't be lifted from a difficult surface, maybe it could be photographed. So he uses the laser to make the fingerprint fluoresce.
I was approached by a colleague in the RCMP who had an exhibit that was giving him a lot of difficulty. It was from a drug bag, and it was a piece of black electric tape that had been used to secure the package. When he examined the sticky side, he found that it had come in contact with a finger, but there was no technology in the late 70s that would improve what was already there. I got permission to bring that exhibit to Xerox to examine it by laser. We were absolutely ecstatic to find that there was a very nice fingerprint included on the end of that tape. The fingerprint was ultimately identified as one of the people involved in this drug case, and that was the first time in the world that the laser had been used to find a fingerprint. I think that the most important thing to consider in this case is that there was no other technique at the time that was capable of finding and recording that fingerprint.
Dalrymple's experiment sparks a CSI revolution. Today, lasers are one of forensic science's most useful tools for evidence detection. Lasers work by bombarding a crime scene with a high-intensity light source. Special orange goggles block out competing light wavelengths, and the fingerprints appear as if by magic.
It would be a mistake to limit our thinking to looking only for fingerprints. One thing we've discovered since using lasers and light sources is that we live in a fluorescing world. And we do not see a lot of these things in the normal lighting situations, ambient light in a room. But when we use a forensic light source and have the right filters and the right situation, we see many things that were not apparent before. And some of these things are important as evidence.
Things like body fluids, fibers, and even ink also start to glow when exposed to the laser. One of the greatest benefits of this method is that the evidence doesn't get damaged. Nothing has touched it, except light. When Dalrymple first started using them in the 70s, lasers were so big they needed a generator truck. Now these lasers are extremely portable and can be taken to crime scenes. Steve Howard is the senior forensic analyst for the Ontario Provincial Police.
We have exhibits of all shapes and sizes coming here, from just a firearm up to a vehicle. In the case of a car, we may be asked to examine the outside of the exterior of the vehicle and sometimes on the inside of the vehicle as well. So any areas or surfaces that the investigator believes that the suspect may have had come into contact with.
In order for Steve to examine the car under laser light, he must first go through one important step, placing the car in what is known as a superglue fuming chamber. The reason? Fingerprint residue reacts with superglue vapors in a very useful way.
The crazy glue technique that we use for developing fingerprints is good for non-porous surfaces. Now on a vehicle in particular, crazy glue or superglue is the process of choice.
Several hot plates with containers full of superglue are placed on the car. The glue is heated up in the enclosed environment. And as it evaporates, vapors coat the surface of the vehicle. The chamber is then left for several hours to air out. The fumes are extremely toxic.
So once the glue is circulating in the cabinet, what happens is that the glue particles polymerize along the surface of those ridges and creates a kind of plastic coating of that fingerprint. So the fingerprint now becomes something very stable and allows us to do additional techniques to it if we need to.
12 hours later, Steve opens the chamber. He finds that the car is covered in permanent plasticized three-dimensional prints. When stained with a special pink dye, these prints become extremely sensitive to the laser. What was once invisible has now become a crucial piece of evidence.
Forensics itself is changing all the time, and the technologies that are out there are very exciting, and seeing new ways of doing things, that's what I really enjoy. But also I like the fact that when we get involved in a major case is finding that crucial piece of evidence that will solve the case.
But if the criminal touches something porous, like paper, investigators turn to a different tool for help. The varieties of surfaces that a criminal will touch are endless. From cars to paper, forensic investigators constantly invent new ways to record the impressions left behind. When crime scene exhibits are sent to the OPP's forensic labs, Steve Howard must come up with the best way to extract their clues.
One of the processes for developing fingerprints on paper or documents is called an anhydrine. And that's a process that we wouldn't normally use at a crime scene, but it's one of the techniques that we use in our labs. And what that is, it's a chemical that's been around probably since for about 50 years, I think now. And it reacts with the amino acids in the sweat content of the fingerprint. So when somebody handles something with their fingers, they're going to leave a deposit on that exhibit. Now the amino acids migrate into the fibers of the paper. When we get back at the lab, that paper is immersed in an anhydrine solution, just a clear solution, And we put the exhibit in there and then just allow it to dry. And then it goes into a humidity cabinet, which accelerates the reaction. Within 10 or 15 minutes, that clear piece of paper will then be covered with the purple fingerprints.
Once the print has been revealed, the enormous task of finding a match begins. The next stop is the fingerprint analysis room. A team of experts compare the newly lifted print with possible suspects. If they are lucky, they will find a match. 3 pattern types always emerge to distinguish one print from the next: the arch, the loop, and the whorl.
Fingerprints themselves, there are a lot of different variations on those particular 3 impressions. It's what constitutes that pattern, that makes up the configuration of the ridges that is actually unique to every individual.
Every fingerprint analyst uses the same tried and true method. Start in the center of the pattern and mark at least 10 points that are identical on both prints. If the print is clear, a match is easy to determine. If none of the suspects match the crime scene print, there is one final stop on the fingerprints journey. It is AFIS, the Automated Fingerprint Identification System. Peter Breck is the OPP's AFIS expert.
I've just received a print from a crime scene that has not been identified at this point in time. And what my job to do now is to analyze that impression, determine its suitability, evaluate the print, and then submit the print into the database for a search. At the present time, the RCMP's database, which we are a direct connection to, is made up of approximately 3.5 million 10-print files of known offenders, okay, as well as an unknown identified crime scene database of approximately 75,000.
The AFIS database compares the crime scene print with millions of known and unknown offenders. But the computer system cannot make an identification. It merely presents Peter with probable suspects. Once possible matches have been flagged, Peter compares them by eye to the crime scene sample.
When I enter information into the AFIS system, the computer doesn't see the information the way we do. Basically, the way it looks at the information is the little green markings in relation to each other. It uses mathematical formula to be able to calculate a score ratio. So it gets distances and mathematical distances of each one in relation to each other, and then it comes back with possible information of similar equality.
Another analyst of equal experience must agree with Peter's verification before it is considered an official identification. A fingerprint ident is very persuasive evidence.
Fingerprints are standard evidence in criminal trials these days, and they're extremely useful. Their use depends on their location. Simply having a fingerprint at a crime scene doesn't prove guilt. My fingerprints are probably at my bank right now, and if a robbery was committed there today, they would be found. That obviously doesn't prove that I did the robbery. But where you find fingerprints in particular places, on the sticky side of tape, wrapping a dead body, for example, that has the ability to really turn a case.
The journey of a fingerprint is a long one. But it almost always makes its way back to one person.
Fingerprint identification is based on 2 scientific axioms. The first is that nature does not duplicate, and the second is that fingerprint detail is immutable and unchangeable from before birth until after death. But this is not restricted just to the detail on our hands and feet. Nature does not duplicate in anything.
Sometimes a criminal is smart enough to avoid leaving a single fingerprint. On occasion, a dangerous predator has left no clues except the impressions made by his teeth. Ted Bundy was just such a killer.
Bite marks are obviously a lot less common than fingerprints, but having said that, they have played pivotal roles in cases in Canada and in the United States. Often left on the body of a murder victim, but even left on a piece of cheese left at a break-and-enter scene. The more famous case in the States is the Ted Bundy case, and he was convicted largely because of bite mark evidence on the body of a girl named Levy in the Chi Omega murders.
Ted Bundy is one of the most infamous serial killers of the 20th century. He murdered 23 women before getting caught, and he left a very clear bite mark on one victim.
Time finally ran out for Ted Bundy at the Florida State Prison. After maintaining his innocence up to last Friday, he finally admitted to 23 murders.
Bundy acts as his own defense, and for a time it looks like he might escape conviction, until the testimony of a forensic dentist. Dr. Souveran shows the jury full-scale photographs taken the night of the murder. He points out the uniqueness of the indentations left on the victim and compares them with pictures of Bundy's teeth. They match perfectly. The evidence turns the case around. Bundy is found guilty and executed. Since then, bite marks have been an accepted form of forensic evidence. But in the 2 decades since Bundy, there is still no standardized method for analyzing bite marks. Sylvie Louise Avon is determined to change that with a groundbreaking study.
We want to know if we can accurately match a bite mark to the biter. And the reason why we're doing that is because bite mark evidence has been almost universally accepted in court. But the validity and the scientific basis is frequently challenged.
The pattern and arrangement of teeth, their size, the arch, and their position all combine to make each person's set of teeth unique. But Avon wants to know to what extent bite marks in flesh can be reliable evidence. Since she can't test bite marks on humans, Sylvie uses pigs.
It's a model animal because the pig has similarities as human skin. So we are using the pig for that reason. They have the same identical morphology, cellular composition, reactivity, so it makes it the best animal model for our study.
When studies like this take place, they have to be approved and supervised by an ethics committee. The pig is anesthetized and painlessly euthanized.
The pig goes under general anesthesia. We are biting the pig in different places on the abdomen. And we are putting a force of about 22, 23 kilograms, which makes it about 50 pounds. We hold it for 60 seconds and we let it rest. The way we bite the pig is that we take a piece of skin, like on my arm. If you leave it there, you can have a good representative bite mark that was made by the device, like here.
This bizarre set of tests may seem grim, but the results are critical.
Of course, it is very important to identify the right suspect, but it's even more important to not falsely accuse an innocent individual of being the biter.
Avon's study has found that the bite marks produced near death were the most visible.
We could see the different tooth characteristic on the skin, and there was no laceration, there was no abrasion, and that was the ideal condition to represent a good bite mark. The fact that the pig doesn't move, the fact that there is no overlying clothing, we didn't have any interference. So that was perfect, but it doesn't work like that in the real world.
In the real world, the person being bitten may be struggling. The flesh may get torn. There may be clothing between the biter and the skin. Phase 2 of Avon's study will test forensic dentists by having them attempt to match different bite marks created by different biting devices.
If an examiner cannot identify a proper bite mark, how can you think he can go to court and evaluate and analyze a bite mark that is not so ideally created by the biter?
They can't simply call in some scientist from somewhere to say that this proves the case for them. If that scientist hasn't developed that body of expertise and it has been subject to peer review and it's been subject to testing, that's accepted methods of testing, the actual science itself doesn't have to be widely accepted, but the methods that he used to test it do.
To truly understand the nature of bite marks, experts must take their research to the morgue. Here, the examination of real victims begins. Every so often, a murder victim shows up at the morgue in Toronto with a bite mark. When this happens, Dr. Robert Wood is called in to investigate.
Forensic dentistry is where dentistry and the law meet. During the rest of my normal life, I'm a practicing dentist. I work at Princess Margaret Hospital, but from time to time, I get called by a forensic pathologist or a coroner to investigate a case with respect to body identification or a bite mark examination. About 2 centimeters from the antecubital fossa. And looking at this, it appears to have many characteristics which we'd see in a human bite mark. As we look at this, it's a bit of a central bruised area. There's no suction marks, no sucking marks. There appear to be 6 discrete or reasonably discrete contusions on the upper aspect and 6 contusions on the lower aspect. With respect to the types of bite marks, there are many different types. There are child abuse cases where there's bite marks between children, between caregivers and children. There are sexual bite marks which are done in the act of either consensual or non-consensual sex. And there are also attack and defense bite marks, which are more assaultive in nature. I think that anybody who wants to do bite marks is a little bit crazy. And I don't actually want to do them. I see working at the coroner's office and working as a forensic dentist as really a public service. It's not a glamorous thing. You have to respect the body and you have to respect the fact that you work for the coroner. You don't work for the Crown Attorney and you don't work for the defense attorney. You offer your opinion as your opinion. Let me just take a few orientation photographs.
Dr. Wood has a step-by-step procedure for documenting bite mark evidence. These records will later help him when he tries to match this impression to the teeth of a suspect.
The photographs are numerous. They're at different angles with different lighting, and they're taken with a bite mark scale and without a scale. And following that, we would do a swab for DNA.
Experts like Dr. Wood look at the bite mark for clues. Its very shape, size, color, and location on the body help paint a picture of how the bite mark got there and who the biter is.
There are a number of variables which one can never know, especially in the case of a person who is deceased. So we'll go ahead now and use a vinyl polysiloxane impression material and get an impression of that. There is movement of the person who's doing the biting. There is movement one relative to the other. There are bite marks that are done with light force, one set of false teeth and a set of natural teeth. Bite marks on curved surfaces, vascular areas. There are dozens and dozens of variables which we can't control, which makes it even more impressive when you can actually say with a reasonable degree of certainty that a person who has been accused of biting has in fact left the mark of their teeth on the flesh.
Although bite marks are not that common, they can play a pivotal role in a criminal trial.
On occasion, it is the crucial piece of evidence. And on very rare occasions, it is the best piece of evidence linking the person to the crime, because it puts the person's mouth on the dead person's flesh at or around the time of death, which I think is very important.
Dr. Wood is among a growing number of experts pushing the boundaries of criminal investigation. The last 2 decades have seen forensic science advance by leaps and bounds. Crime scene investigators all over the world consistently push the envelope. The next 20 years will produce innovations that today seem unimaginable. New ways to prove that the very things that make us different can give us away.
And when you look around, every person is different. Every face is different. So every ear, every detail in an ear is also different.
And it's these differences that play such a key role in the investigation of crime when impressions or substances are left at crime scenes. And it's, from a prosecutor's point of view, sort of a vive la différence situation. If it weren't for those differences, our job would be a lot harder.
I can still remember when I first started doing this work in the early 70s, how exciting it was, what a thrill it was to find a fingerprint and then to make an identification. I can tell you that after 30 years, that hasn't changed. It's still as big a thrill as it ever was. And I think that that's something that one has to bring to this job to do it well.
Without the dedication of forensic experts, the clues at a crime scene would lie untouched and unseen. Through the art and science of forensic investigation, impressions are brought to life. Today's forensic scientists are bracing for the next wave of crime. A new generation of crime fighters are blazing the trail with a startling array of forensic weapons.
Did you, in fact, shoot and kill Richard Stewart?
No. Over the next year, you're going to see the use of facial recognition deployment rise dramatically.
Our response time is measured in seconds, not minutes.
The average person living in an urban center is captured on videotape 8 to 12 times a day. So is the criminal population.
There are always going to be new methods, and we always have to make these decisions. How reliable are they?
It's the beginning of a new digital era. The era where forensic science faces future crime. Two months of forensic investigation has come to this, a police manhunt for a murderer on the loose. New technologies have narrowed a long list of suspects down to one man. Revolutionary digital devices have gathered evidence that no human investigator could decipher. Now it's up to police to capture the criminal.
Air 1 Control, we're just arriving on scene now. We got one male running to a vehicle now.
If forensic scientists are right, the murderer has been identified without a single human witness to his crime.
10-4, the vehicle is continuing still westbound Collin Road.
21st century investigators seek to catch criminals with new kinds of evidence obtained by a new type of forensic expert. Hamish Stewart is a professor of criminal law at the University of Toronto.
When you're looking at new forensic technologies, the court's going to want to be satisfied that there are methodologies there that can be tested, that can be examined critically, that can be used to obtain reliable results.
The crime was committed 2 months earlier at a desolate suburban strip. The killer waits for his target, a typical mob hit. The victim arrives, going about his business as he does every Sunday. Not knowing this one is his last. The shooter escapes. To all appearances, there are no witnesses. He does not know he has left a digital trail for modern CSIs to follow. Carl Adrian is a crime scene diagrammer at the FBI.
My particular job has to deal with crime scene investigations, and I specialize specifically in crime scene diagramming, 2D, 3D computer animation. Included in those skills is artist composites as well as skull reconstructions. So the process is to gather all the technical and forensic information contained within the scene, work with the medical examiner and all other aspects of experts that are involved, and put it all together into a three-dimensional world, the world of which the incident occurred in.
Adrian demonstrates his work at the FBI Academy outside Washington, D.C. The training ground is called Hogan's Alley. To all appearances, it's a suburban town. These ordinary streets are used to reconstruct crimes. Agents play the roles of killers and victims in a training exercise that recreates a street shooting. First, the FBI's response unit applies tried and true traditional methods to investigate the crime scene.
When I first started with the Bureau a little over 19 years ago, crime scene diagramming was done by hand. We had drafting boards, and it was pretty much a lot of drafting. We'd go out, take physical measurements on the site, primarily using measuring tapes, and when necessary, we'd go out and hire a surveyor for doing topology. And we would take this information and go back to our drawing boards at the office and draw out our crime scenes in 2 dimensions, which is basically a floor plan.
Now the FBI is experimenting with digital imaging. This device takes measurements using a single laser beam signal, while a handheld prism sends precise details back to the surveyor. The device is pinpoint accurate, but time-consuming. So the FBI is forging a new path with a technology that is barely in its infancy: 3-dimensional laser scanning.
The newest technology that we have acquired here at the FBI laboratory is 3D laser scanning. This technology allows you to set up on a tripod the scanner, which is hooked up to a laptop, and what you see is pretty much what it captures. And it's doing it at a high rate of speed. You can scan a crime scene approximately within 30 minutes or less.
Mirrors spinning at up to 2,500 revolutions per minute deploy an array of laser beam signals all over the scene, measuring distance, angles, even colors. No detail escapes detection. The scan takes minutes, not hours. The result is a 360-degree digital image with such dense resolution that it actually looks like a photograph.
You can set it up, move it, do multiple scans, and the software will allow you to stitch all this information together and create a 3-dimensional scene that is exactly what you see. It includes all your topology. It includes right down to the leaves on a tree. It's quite amazing technology.
Adrian was a CSI on the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. Had this 3D technology existed then, his job would have been a lot easier and a lot safer.
And one of the problems with a scene of that size, where you have a building that's literally been devastated and a number of buildings, is gathering the information. So when you're getting into dangerous areas where you have buildings and bombs that have been exploded by terrorists, you don't want to lose life while you're responding to a scene. And this has happened, from falling debris, whatever the case may be.
The digital image allows investigators to fly through the area without disturbing the evidence. This virtual reality trip to the crime scene is a powerful courtroom tool.
So the animation that occurs in a courtroom is not acting out a scenario. It's building the scenario and moving the camera through the scene. This allows us to let the jury literally do a walkthrough without actually ever being there.
Still, legal experts warn that even precise 3D laser scans are not foolproof.
Suppose you have a crime scene analyst who says that he can make for you a three-dimensional recreation of the crime scene. And that would be a wonderful tool for investigative purposes. In many cases, it would also be very helpful to a jury. But whenever you have a process of reconstructing what went on, you inevitably have interpretive decisions that you have to make about what does this mean and how does it fit with something else. And the farther back you go in time from the crime scene as the analyst found it, the larger those interpretive elements are going to become.
Field investigators insist that this technology will help put more criminals behind bars.
In the past, these type of people who have committed these types of crimes have gotten off because they've not been able to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that this is what occurred.
Devices like the laser scanner turn people into pixels. Murderers are a matrix of dots and lines for the digital CSI to analyze. And another electronic scanner proves that the face is as unique as the fingerprint. Over a century ago, forensic investigators learned that no two fingerprints are alike. This knowledge marked a revolution in crime scene investigation. Now, forensic experts have discovered that fingerprints are just the beginning. Every criminal has a unique biological signature. This new science is called biometrics, and it is the future of CSI. Computerized face recognition is the new fingerprinting. Ashley Kelly is with Axis Biometrics, a Canadian company.
Access Biometrics created a facial recognition solution based off of what we call holographic quantum neural technology. In its simplest form, it's an advanced mathematical formula based on how the brain works.
Please step here and please watch the camera.
When we meet an individual, we store a memory representation of them in our brain. And what we have done is really taught the computer how to do exactly the same thing, to store that information, to continually update it, and define what is unique about you compared to everybody else that we've met in our lifetime.
Now turn your head slowly to the left. Please turn your head
21st century criminals will be processed by a computer that can see facial differences in billions of individuals. Video obtained from the crime is digitized into the computer. It looks for distinct shots of the killer and creates a three-dimensional mental image of him in its memory bank. The computer takes hundreds of pictures and compares his likeness with every other individual in its database.
Every individual has a number of different characteristics or physical features about them that are specifically unique to that person. Biometrics can be used for iris, fingerprint, facial recognition, voice verification. They're going as far as looking at ear recognition. Those are particular body parts or physical components that make you unique compared to everybody else in the world. When you start accumulating that data and comparing it against other individuals, you have a process for identifying or defining a difference between those people.
The computer identifies the suspect as the man photographed at the crime scene.
Facial recognition complete. The suspect is Tommy White.
This information will be relayed to police, who will make him a prime suspect in their investigation. It's powerful evidence obtained by an electronic witness.
The access system captures information the same way that we capture information as an individual. We take information that we already know about an individual and pass that over very quickly on people that are going by us until we recognize the person we're looking for. We create a little memory engram in a mathematical formula and enfold as much information into the same space as we can to create a very clear picture of an individual. That template, that memory engram, is then stored in the computer and used as a reference point against all of the other people that it's ever met.
The technology behind facial recognition is staggeringly complex. The computer is a form of artificial intelligence with the endless capacity to learn. Even disguises cannot fool it for long.
It is capable of learning and distinguishing patterns and image differences between individuals. So the more that you are presented to the system, the more accurate the information is going to become. So much like when I meet you, I will understand, today what you look like. Tomorrow, if you come in with a different hairstyle or different glasses, I still have the ability to vaguely recognize you. The system does exactly the same thing. It continues to update itself.
In the wake of September 11, research and development in facial recognition has exploded. In North America and Europe, the technology is about to be put to the test.
Over the next year, you're going to see the use of facial recognition deployments rise dramatically. You'll see it in airport solutions and law enforcement applications and a lot of building security or access control solutions. Fed with the appropriate inbound information that is gathered through the intelligence community, and you target that information to where you think your suspect might be coming through. Just having it blindly thrown around really is not going to be that beneficial.
Though still in its early stages of development, facial recognition has already raised an uproar about privacy rights.
Well, the proliferation of video surveillance cameras raises an issue of political decision-making that goes well beyond the question of whether they're reliable. Even if they're extremely reliable, you still might want to ask yourself, do you want to live in a society where your every move is potentially capturable by video, potentially observed by an agent of the state or by a private individual, potentially kept permanently so that your movements could be reconstructed on any given day? This kind of society would be one in which we would have very little privacy left.
Law enforcement must learn how to balance the digital revolution with individual rights, a necessary factor as investigators face the future. In a typical day, the average North American is caught on camera 8 to 12 times. In the United Kingdom, that number is a staggering 200.
Forensic video is a silent witness. Video has no opinion.
Jerry Lana is a forensic video analyst with the Ontario Provincial Police.
If you just think of yourself when you get in your car in the morning and you stop for gas, you're on video. You get on the highway, you're on video. You stop for milk after work, you're on video. Most places of employment have video, and so on and so forth.
Security camera evidence is so widespread that police forces all over the world have created video analysis units. These digital detectives use powerful computer tools to extract evidence from flawed footage.
I think the important thing that a forensic video analyst does is to preserve the integrity of the original videotape exhibit that comes into his possession, meaning getting the videotape put into the digital world through various forensic nonlinear video editing systems. Once the videotape is captured into the digital world, the videotape can be viewed frame by frame in order to gain identifiable marks of a suspect individual, markings on clothing, tattoos, etc. for court presentation and investigations.
Hamish Stewart is an expert in the law of evidence.
The argument that video evidence or video reconstruction is better than eyewitness evidence, there's some merit to that argument. And because it's well recognized in the psychological literature that faulty eyewitness identification is very common, that people can easily be led to believe that they saw someone at the crime scene when in fact they saw him later or in a different context and transferred the image back to the crime scene. This is a very common phenomenon. And so there is a sense in which the claim that video evidence is better than eyewitness evidence is true.
Brian Dalrymple is a forensic photographer who has witnessed the digital revolution.
There's a huge difference between analog and digital imaging. Analog imaging is conventional photography. It has served us very well over the years, but now the advent of digital imaging has allowed us to extend our reach forensically. There are two huge advantages that digital imaging has over photography. The first one is sensitivity, and the second one is control. In terms of control, in a digital image, it's composed of building blocks called picture elements or pixels. Each one of those has its own address within the image, sort of like the kids' game Battleship. This means that the user of a digital image has complete control over every building block of the image.
Dalrymple demonstrates this point with a simple test. A footprint is a common piece of evidence at a crime scene. Dalrymple takes a series of digital photographs. The footprint is then vacuumed away to create a clean background photograph.
The second image, which contains just the background, would be subtracted by computer from the first image, leaving a much clearer and much more useful impression of the foot, which can then be compared to anything that comes up in the investigation.
Digital imaging has transformed forensic investigation. Photographs will be as incriminating as fingerprints for tomorrow's CSI. Today's forensic computers contain a palette of special effects tools to help find evidence that the human eye cannot see.
What I want to do is take the suspect and the footage that I think looks the best from an identifiable standpoint, and possibly where he looks at the security camera or looks into the bank unknowingly that there's a security camera inside, which would be a pretty good shot right there. And then I'm going to apply a forensic plugin called Magnifier to it. And with Magnifier, it enables me to set a bounding box or a target point around the suspect and close in on him.
By removing pixels and unnecessary information, digital investigators can retrieve incriminating data. A night shot of a bank robber's car is highlighted to reveal a license plate number. In another case, digitally enhanced video identifies a shooter and even the shooting.
And in fact, to see if the handgun did go off. And as I run through the video frame by frame here, you can see that a flash from the gun does happen. And perhaps without spotlight, we wouldn't be able to see that flash to prove if the gun did go off or not. And there you can see the flash from the pistol.
Spotlight enhances difficult-to-see images to help investigators identify the suspect.
Spotlight essentially narrows your image for viewing down to essentially what you want to look at. I can take my background and just get rid of it so that there's nothing misleading when it's shown in court. As the video is dark, I can attempt to brighten up his image. So you can see that from the original video footage, which was this to this, it's much easier to try to identify a suspect.
And liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Forensic video is not new.
Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up.
When the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded in 1986, video analysts examined the footage to help determine the technical flaw that caused the accident. What is new is the universal acceptance of video as evidence in criminal investigations.
I think that the newest part of video analysis is that now the technology has gotten cost efficient enough or cheap enough for police departments to start analyzing video in a nonlinear fashion.
Dude did a flying kick, man. Look at him.
Shaky home video footage of a riot is hard to make out. In the confusion, someone is shot. With forensic video, the footage is stabilized. Investigators can identify the shooter. The cameraman follows the panicked crowd. Again, it's impossible to distinguish individuals. But with stabilization and spotlight, one man is identified by his clothes.
Which one was he? The guy right there.
Returning to the original footage, police can now compare their suspect to the shooter. Forensic video has incriminated him for a crime that he would have gotten away with just a few years ago. Surprisingly, criminals have not caught on to the multi-camera world in which they perpetrate their crimes.
In my experience, and I'm speaking from personal experience, I have only run into 1 or 2 cases out of the last 1,000 cases in the last few years that I've been doing video analysis of where the suspect has actually taken the videotape from wherever the crime occurred. And I feel that either criminals don't care or they just simply forget and they just they don't have the wherewithal to know where the videotape is located and how to grab the videotape.
The United Kingdom takes closed-circuit television surveillance seriously. Cameras overlook almost every street in every city. Even London buses are outfitted with cameras. And these images don't just get recorded on tape. They're monitored real-time by local police. It's a delicate balance of the law and civil liberties.
There's undoubtedly a trade-off there between capturing criminals and privacy. I'm not saying where the trade-off is. I'm simply saying we ought not to embrace this technology simply because of its reliability. There are other concerns as well.
Still, forensic investigators believe it's a worthwhile trade-off if cameras help catch criminals in the act. While forensic video, laser scanners, and face recognition work with pictures, another new digital technology examines sounds. Tomorrow's killer may put himself behind bars by the mere stress in his voice. Jim Masucci is a detective and a leading expert on voice stress analysis.
Every one of us has what they call a micro muscle in our larynx, which is an involuntary muscle. We cannot control it. And when we speak, that micro muscle exhibits a tremor. These tremors are recorded and they're passed through and digitized through some pretty sophisticated software. Okay, Mr. White and Detective Masucci.
Hi.
How you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Okay.
How about you?
Good. I understand that you've agreed to answer some questions for us.
Yes, I have.
As you're aware now, we had a shooting downtown, and the man died. His name was Richard Stewart. You familiar with that?
No.
Voice stress analysis was a Cold War invention created by American intelligence to interrogate foreign spies. Law enforcement adopted the technology in the late 1990s. Today, over 1,000 police forces across the United States have turned to voice stress analysis as an alternative to the lie detector.
Let me explain briefly what the test is, okay? Have you ever taken a polygraph before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen one on TV?
Everybody has, yeah.
Okay. You know where they're hooked up, there's things hooked up to your arms, your stomach, your chest, your waist, everything?
Right.
With a voice stress analyzer, you're not hooked up to anything. Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of 14 questions. The answers to these questions is either a yes or a no, okay? Well, after a very thorough interrogation of a suspect, if you're not able to get the suspect to admit his guilt, if you think he's guilty, or his complicity in the crime, they'd be asked to take a voice stress analysis. And there is a pre-test interview where you would read them their rights, you would talk to them a little bit about the crime. You have to determine how they speak, their culture, what different words or phrases mean to them. Go ahead. If you understand it, you're willing to submit to the test, answer my questions, would you just sign it there, please?
I got nothing to hide.
Okay. Usually I explain to the people how the test works insofar as the micro muscle tremor, try to get them to understand that. Then I'll formulate the questions. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Is today Wednesday?
Yes.
Are you afraid I'll ask you a question we've not discussed?
No.
Will you answer truthfully about the shooting death of Richard Stewart and the robbery?
Yes.
Do you like the color black?
Yes.
Do you know who shot and killed Richard Stewart?
No.
The microtremor is displayed as a waveform graphic on the computer.
You like the color pink?
No.
Did you have anything at all to do with the death of Richard Stewart?
No.
Do you like the color orange?
Yes.
Are you completely convinced that I won't ask you a question we've not discussed?
No.
Do you suspect someone specifically of shooting and killing Richard Stewart?
No.
Do you know for sure who shot and killed Richard Stewart?
No.
Did you in fact shoot and kill Richard Stewart?
No.
I don't know if I would go so far as to say nobody can beat the voice stress analyzer. The only thing I will say is nobody can control the amount of stress in their voice. I think that the only way that you could beat the voice stress analyzer is if you truly believe and you've truly talked yourself into the fact that you did not commit the crime or the offense. Okay. Do you feel stressed right now? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay, stressed because I'm asking you these questions?
Sure, over and over and over again.
Compact, cheap, and accurate, many investigators believe voice stress analysis computers could replace the polygraph. But legal expert Hamish Stewart believes it must be used only as an investigative tool, never to convict.
The fear of judges and of the legal system generally has always been that jurors will tend to defer to experts. That if the expert says X, the jury will say, oh, well, fine, we don't have to think about this anymore. We believe X too. We want the jury to think through the evidence on their own. That's what they're there for. They're representatives of the community. They're using their common sense to reach a decision that will command respect in the community. That's what they're there for. So if they defer to experts, you wonder, why have the jury at all? Why not just call on the experts to answer the judge's questions?
Okay, Tony, Obviously, you and I have a difference of opinion on what happened here. Quite frankly, I don't believe that you didn't have anything to do at all with this crime. Okay.
Masucci's
But
test
up to this
confirms
point,
his suspicions that Tony White is the killer. For now, the suspect is free to go.
Cooperative again. Again, I thank you.
But investigators now have the evidence they need to launch their final maneuver. A camera in the sky. Police have long used air surveillance to catch criminals. Now they've added powerful cameras to support their search. Constable Rick Ross hunts criminals from the air.
Helicopter is very effective, again, in response time. Our response time is measured in seconds, not minutes.
The helicopter is a Bell Jet Ranger, designated Air 1, and provides 24-hour support to surface forces in areas around Toronto, Canada.
The helicopter has 30 times the visual range as an officer on the ground in a car. And effectively, statistically, they tell us it's worth really 15 two-man cars.
Rick Ross flies with pilot Bruce Buck, who's logged over 9,000 hours in the air. While Buck flies, Ross scans the area. Air 1 is equipped with powerful video cameras to help officers assess the threat and guide ground forces to the scene. It's video technology available in every household, supercharged for police surveillance.
For average speed while we're traveling throughout the region, on average we're traveling about 175, 185 kilometers per hour. And again, our height, we're generally speaking at 1,000 feet. Depending on the seriousness of the incident, the aircraft, we can descend down and land if necessary.
But it's nighttime when the helicopter's capabilities are truly put to the test. Air 1 is armed with a powerful camera called an FLIR, or FLIR, acronym for Forward-Looking Infrared. The FLIR technology was developed by the U.S. military for night ops. It uses a finely tuned sensor that detects heat for any object above absolute zero. Even cold objects like snow and ice radiate a thermal image that the human eye cannot see. The FLIR turns that heat signature into an electronic signal that is then rendered into a video image that the human eye can see.
Basically, what our FLIR does, the capabilities it gives me, is being able to look in the darkness. Unlike night vision, you need a light source. You have to have some type of light source to see the ground. With the FLIR, infrared, you do not need a light source, absolutely total darkness. What it does is it detects surface temperature. All from 1,000 feet up, looking into that darkness.
The helicopter is also equipped with a remote-controlled searchlight with 30 million candle power, a beam with enough intensity to turn night into day.
We have a light on the back. Our light is, we call it the night sun. Why? It's a night sun. It's that bright. I'm told when that light comes on, you're on the ground, it's daylight.
Air 1's FLIR and Night Sun deliver the final blow as the killer races to escape.
Air 1 Control, we're just arriving on scene now. The vehicle's now westbound Conlon Road, westbound on Conlon. This is White Man. Okay, the vehicle is leaving Conlon Road. It's turning southbound into a field. And we got door open, one exiting out the driver's side and running southbound. Suspect still running southbound in the field. The suspect's gone into some bushes there in the center of the field. He's crouched down in there. The suspect is still in the bush area in front of you.
Thermal images, it is so sensitive that when at 1,000 feet, when there's a canine handler tracking with the dog, I can see the lead line.
The hitman is finally apprehended. He's been incriminated by forensic technologies for a crime that he would have gotten away with just a decade ago. Laser scanning, facial recognition, video analysis, voice stress interrogation, and finally, infrared imaging have all combined to catch him. But evidence expert Hamish Stewart says this FLIR aerial surveillance is also under scrutiny.
FLIR is, by the same token, very intrusive on people's privacy, because with it, the operator can track the movement of people within a house. It's almost like the police being able to put a camera in your home, which is something that we would never accept as a general proposition. So in a recent case, the Ontario Court of Appeal said that the police had to get a warrant before they used the FLIR. And I actually think this is a good place to strike the balance, because by saying that the police have to get a warrant, the court is not saying that the police can never use the tool. What they're saying is the police can use the tool, but they must first demonstrate to an independent, neutral judicial officer that they have reasonable grounds to think that they might uncover some evidence by using this tool.
The digital trail left by a criminal is stunning. New technologies can now amass evidence without a single human witness. The legal system is facing an electronic revolution.
If you can turn around and produce a crime scene in 3D, the jury is going to be able to get a better feel for what happened and what didn't happen.
But juries have to be reminded that digital evidence is only as reliable as the forensic experts who examine it.
If your video evidence has been clarified or enhanced by an expert, then again, that's going to raise these questions of interpretation. What decisions do you make in the process of clarifying or enhancing the video? Without the clarifications or enhancements, the video may be very blurry and very difficult for the trier of fact to use. But with the enhancements, it's been through a layer of interpretation, which again might be done differently by another analyst.
The word manipulate does not come into process of what I do. I do not manipulate videotape images. I simply clarify them for court presentation or investigations. I think that's very important to remember. Videotape evidence is not a fingerprint, and I understand that, and so do other video analysts that are doing the same job I do. I think it's important to remember that the integrity of the video analyst is at stake when he/she gets put on the stand in a court of law, and that they have to answer the relevant questions as to what they did to the videotape.
Investigators who are exploring the digital frontier emphasize that the new technologies are tools to help them do their job better. Nothing replaces sound forensics.
When you do voice stress analysis, you're supposed to also look at and pay attention to the global impression. And the global impression is just what you see and observe, and you correlate to your years of experience in interrogation. In other words, it's just a tool. You should not use it alone. You have to factor in the global impression of the whole situation.
However, some fear that an over-reliance on forensic gadgets may lead to quick convictions and critical mistakes.
There are always going to be new methods, and we always have to make these decisions. How reliable are they? We can't let the experts decide that for themselves, because of course they're going to say our methods are very reliable. You have to be able to persuade a court that the methods are reliable before they can be used in court. We also always have to decide how much of our other values are we willing to give up in embracing these technologies. That's always going to be a question that's going to have to be decided with respect to every new technology that comes along.
But the technological revolution in forensics cannot be stopped. Even the skeptics know that just 2 decades ago, DNA evidence was inadmissible. Today, it is a cornerstone of CSI.
Forensic science is a very dynamic science. Nothing has stayed the same in the 30 years I've been involved. And this means that you don't encounter the same situations time and time again. Every time you approach a new situation where there's something to be examined, everything is different. And you have this toolbox that has gained in complexity over the years and that you have to use specific to the occasion at hand. And it is just a tremendous thrill to be able to do that. And when you do find things, it's hard to match that feeling.
There's no denying that the technologies watching over us are spreading. In the future, we will all be photographed dozens, even hundreds of times a day. But this loss of privacy will also help catch criminals. It's a delicate balance that is being struck even today as the forensic experts explore new ways to face the future of crime. Any suspicious death forces investigators to ask 5 crucial questions.
Who died? When did that individual die? Where did they die? What was the cause of death and what was the manner of death?
In their search for the answers, crime scene investigators turn straight to the evidence. Clues are found in blood patterns, the presence or absence of gunpowder, and the physical nature of the wounds. Clues that have one thing in common. They expose the weapon.
Weapons don't necessarily need to be a firearm. They don't necessarily need to be a carving knife from the kitchen counter. They can be weapons of opportunity.
Weapons can be as diverse as a hammer to a block of wood to the hands of an individual.
You can't always aim a bomb the way you do a gun. It's a weapon that usually kills, maims, injures indiscriminately.
Forensic experts reconstruct the crime scene. They're hoping to identify the most critical piece of evidence, the murder weapon. Investigators begin every story at the conclusion of its last chapter. Working backwards, guided only by trace evidence, they make their way to where the story begins.
It wasn't so hard, it wasn't so easy getting it, you know? It's light again. I can't get it all, Billy. It's always light with you. Huh? Why is it always light with you? I want my money!
The first clues lie with the victim.
I want my money! You get my money! And you bring it to me.
The body begins a journey, one that leads directly to the weapon. Dr. Barry McClellan heads the investigation.
It's the coroner's responsibility to investigate the body and to use the information collected from that investigation in order to determine cause and manner of death. If there are wounds to that body, we need to determine how those wounds were inflicted. That's the importance of the weapon, the history of the weapon as it relates to how it may have caused the injuries that we see on the body.
In many cases, the cause of death is the first mystery.
This one looks like an exit.
Was a suspected suicide actually murder? Was an apparent drowning victim already dead when she hit the water? Did the knife kill, or was it the beating delivered before the stabbing? But one of the first witnesses to speak to investigators is the scene itself. The blood patterns left behind begin a confession. They tell a tale of one weapon. Different weapons leave behind different sets of clues. To understand these clues, investigators run weapons through a battery of tests. Constable Craig Moore takes that information and applies it to blood patterns.
Over the last few years, I've become specialized in an area of forensics known as bloodstain pattern analysis. The close visual analysis of those bloodstains allow me to offer an opinion as to how they were caused. It's one thing to be able to go to the crime scene and look at a bloodstain on the front door of the house. That's the factual evidence. My opinion would be saying, how did those bloodstains get there?
In order to recognize these patterns at a crime scene, Moore experiments with real human blood.
In the area of bloodstain pattern analysis, it's important to do experimentation in order to conclude that your opinions are accurate. In the case of a shooting, defined as high-velocity impact spatter, it could be important to determine how far a shooter is from the victim.
To accurately reproduce the results of a shooting, Moore uses a blood-soaked sponge. It reacts almost exactly like the body of a shooting victim.
The piece of paper in front of the sponge represents a distance the shooter could be from the blood source. The piece of paper behind the sponge represents the spatter pattern that could be created as the bullet leaves the victim. In that particular experiment, I'm able to show that if a shooter is within 6 inches or 15 centimeters of a blood source, it's quite possible that there could be minute traces of projected blood stains on the gun or the shirt sleeve or the hand of the shooter.
Each weapon will create its own unique blood pattern.
The stain created through a gunshot is quite different than a person who has been beaten, say, by a baseball bat, which again is possibly different than somebody who's been stabbed. By analyzing the blood stains, we know that a weapon's been used. Now we might know what kind of weapon's been used.
High-velocity impact patterns are typically created by guns. Medium-velocity impact stains are consistent with blunt force traumas, things like crowbars, axes, and fists. And low-velocity stains are usually a result of someone walking through a pool of blood. To the trained eye, sprays, smears, and pools of blood provide vital evidence. Beyond the patterns themselves, each individual droplet of blood is a clue. Using basic trigonometry, analysts look at the shape of a blood stain and determine its exact angle of impact. Moore designed a model to explain this theory to a jury.
The model represents a droplet of blood. It's spherical in shape. The column represents its flight path, and the base of the model represents the stain created as it impacts the surface. This model represents 67.5 degrees. This is 45 degrees. And finally, 22.5 degrees. As the angle becomes more acute, the stain becomes elongated.
This allows experts to pinpoint exactly where the spray started.
So in the case of a shooting, if somebody was shot in the head, I'm able to determine if the head is 5 feet off the floor or 2 inches off the floor. The reason for it being there, I don't know, but I'm able to place the blood source.
Blood patterns often speak for the dead.
I'm looking at the evidence around me. Perhaps the deceased is holding the revolver in their hands. However, the blood stains on the person and in the scene indicate that they weren't holding the gun when they were shot. In fact, they might have had both their hands up in front of their face in a defensive stance. I enjoy the opportunity of finding the physical evidence and being able to read it and get an opinion as to what's happened. The ability to do that is really the spark that makes me enjoy the job.
To augment their weapons training, elite tactical units learn from Moore about the science of blood patterns. In a range set up for tactical maneuvers, he constructs a living room, soaks a sponge with blood, and goes through the actions of a killer.
For educational training purposes, it's sometimes beneficial to recreate a bloodletting scene, a mock scene. The student has the opportunity to actually see one, not using them to use their imaginations or to pretend or to look at photographs. They're actually standing in front of the stain, analyzing it on a one-to-one.
Using a mock crime scene gives the SWAT team another perspective on the damage that weapons leave behind.
I want you guys to look at this and try to come up with an idea as to what happened.
Something's exploding or some point of impact here, and the droplets are flying out from this, obviously from this point in all directions.
You're right. So as an analyst coming into the scene, and I see that on the wall or on the floor, I know there's been a shooting.
In another corner of the room is a distinctly different blood pattern. The elite tactical unit is left to decipher the weapon used.
Looks like somebody hit a home run.
Well, you're not too far off the mark.
And then somebody bled out.
Exactly.
There and here.
You're absolutely right. This is a beating. This isn't a stomping. This isn't somebody lying on the floor getting kicked multiple times. Okay? There's an object that's been swung through the air. That, the tire iron.
Armed with the knowledge of both weapons and their deadly results, the SWAT team is better equipped to recognize forensic evidence. It's this attention to detail that helps investigators solve even the most baffling of crimes. Cases like these keep Dr. McClellan on his toes.
The most interesting cases for us are the ones where someone tries to take a situation which is a homicide and make it appear like another manner of death. They may try and make it appear like a suicide. They may try and make it look like an accidental death by burning a house down after killing someone. Those for us are the most challenging investigations, but also the most rewarding. And it's those types of investigations that keep us alert and always focused to make sure that we're not going to miss something.
Though he can no longer speak, the victim will sometimes tell investigators the manner of his death and what was used to kill him. When a victim enters the morgue, the investigation is passed to the pathology team. Their job, to link the wounds with a weapon. Jeff Arnold has assisted in over 16,000 autopsies.
The role of a pathologist assistant in an autopsy is basically to act as an extra set of hands and eyes for the pathologist. On a daily basis, we see victims of accidents, suicides, murder victims. The job that we do here at the coroner's building is very mature, very graphic. It can be very messy and extremely disturbing sometimes, but it's a process that needs to be done. And I play an important role, I think, because I'm part of a process ultimately within the justice system that in many cases helps put the bad guy in jail. And it gives me some satisfaction to be part of that system.
From the crime scene to the morgue, the victim of a homicide takes a very specific journey. The first stop is the X-ray.
Sometimes there are things inside the body that obviously aren't visible from the outside. And we are doing it primarily in circumstances that are suspicious or homicidal in nature. Primarily, we're going to look for foreign metal objects, like bullets. And in pathology, we need to identify the locations of those bullets because we need to recover them for the firearms examiners. I don't think we're going to have much in his limbs, but there should be at least one on his chest. So we'll get a couple of chest films and maybe one other head.
Yeah, how about there?
That looks good. Okay. Part of the process involves using scalpels and sharp instruments. We don't want to damage the bullet when we're removing it. The other times we may use X-rays is to identify the possibility of a knife that may have broken off during an assault or an attack. If there's an explosion, what we're going to be looking for are pieces of the bomb or shrapnel. Probably a bit of jacket up there, so that's great. So why don't we get a lateral of that before so we're going to document the presence or absence of those things.
Once the bullet has been located, the body is ready for autopsy.
911 call said a couple of shots fired.
No further history from the scene?
Not that we know of. We're working on that right now.
Is there much blood loss?
The person responsible for what happens to that body is the coroner.
It's very important that that body is kept under custody and in control until the completion of our investigation. So that body will be bagged at the scene. A special seal will be put over the bag so that it's clear that no one has interfered with the body until the autopsy is performed. And then just prior to conducting the autopsy, the seal will be removed in front of the pathologist, and that ensures that there's no break in that chain of evidence as far as investigating the body.
Looking at the X-ray, the projectile looks like they're full metal jacket, so it's quite possibly a pistol used versus a long arm or a revolver.
In a complex death investigation like a homicide, there's many players involved, where we have experts from the police, pathologist, biology, toxicology, firearms, whoever we may need to bring in depending upon the specific death investigation. Now it's the coroner who's the quarterback for that overall investigation. So that certainly would fit with this entrance down to here, Toby, and these others being through and through.
Yeah, 3 holes in the shirt.
One of the integral links in the forensic chain is the firearms experts. The clues they gather add another chapter to the story. Since their inception in the 15th century, guns have revolutionized the act of murder. Dr. Barry McClellan sees their deadly results increase every year.
The most common weapons that we come across in our coroner's death investigations are guns and knives. And there's been a dramatic increase in the number of homicides as a result of guns, handguns, rifles, shotguns in the past 10 or 15 years, especially in large cities.
As a result, an entire division of forensic study has been dedicated to firearms. Bob Warburton has worked with guns since he was 12 years old.
My parents were both competition or state pistol shooters. So I grew up travelling around the countryside, attending all these gun clubs. So it's a natural progression from being in the police service into the forensic firearm identification, where I could use my skills and knowledge of gun manufacture and the firearm industry.
Crimes involving guns could not be solved without the firearms experts.
And then they might call upon us to assist at the scene to interpret the evidence. And interpret the evidence might mean to analyse trajectories, to see which way a bullet might have come from, to see how far away a gun might have been fired from, to assist in the location of evidence that might be left at the scene.
In order to link the weapon to the crime, the gun is run through a series of tests. Every gun leaves a unique signature on its bullets. Annalisa La Calamita is an expert in the science of guns.
On a bullet, as it travels down the barrel of the gun transfers the unique markings it possesses onto the bullet itself.
Every bullet's jacket starts out pristine and smooth. Once a gun is fired, this smooth bullet spins down the barrel, scraping its sides.
So when you look at a bullet microscopically, you see what we call striations. Since every gun is unique, every gun will create different sets of striations. And essentially they look like scratches running the length of the bullet. It almost looks like a barcode.
Forensically, these barcodes provide irrefutable proof linking the gun to the crime. But to put the puzzle together, Warburton needs all the pieces. The gun from the crime scene and the bullet from the body.
We do then fire that gun into a water recovery tank. And we use water because it's a very good medium to stop bullets. Bullets are designed to travel through the air. Water offers a greater resistance than air, and it slows the projectile down rapidly without putting damage onto the projectile. We test fire the gun into the water tank, and then we get the bullet out of the end of the water tank that's come from that gun, so we can compare it to other bullets that we've recovered from crime scenes.
Both bullets are now compared under a microscope. If the striations match, there is absolutely no doubt about the murder weapon. While the bullets give away the identity of the gun, the victim's clothing can reveal where the shots came from.
When a gun is fired, it's not only the bullet that exits the barrel of the gun, but you also have what we call firearms discharge residues. So the closer that the target surface is to the gun, these deposits will actually place themselves onto the target surface.
The size and pattern of the gun residue can tell La Calamita precisely how far the shooter was standing from the victim when he fired the gun.
Now, as the muzzle to target distance increases, you're going to have less of those deposits because they can't travel as far. So at 7 feet, you don't have any of that black cloud, which was soot, and you also do not have any of the partially burned and unburned powder particles around the hole. So this would be indicative of a distant shot, until eventually you're going to have no deposits and just a bullet hole on the garment clothing. So the pattern or lack of pattern produced by those firearms discharge residues is going to be compared to test panels that we make using the suspect gun and ammunition at various distances.
Most crime scenes provide investigators with more than enough information to solve the crime. Coping with that information can be difficult.
In my experience of working as a firearm examiner, I've attended hundreds, getting close to 1,000 different crime scenes involving where people have been violently injured. I do have some very vivid images that will remain with me. I do see them sometimes at night time, but you put that aside and you get on with your job and you record the details.
But it's up to the pathologist to record the graphic details of injuries to the body. Those wounds can lead investigators straight to a weapon.
Two shots or 2 cartridges now. Found a couple of cartridges.
Wounds and injuries to the human body speak volumes. They reveal how the victim died and what was used to kill them. Dr. Toby Rose understands the language of wounds and weapons.
Injuries, for example, that occur either self-inflicted injuries by accident or that occur from one person injuring another person are of particular interest to forensic pathologists.
We got an X-ray over?
There's an X-ray over on the light box. We have certain questions that we want to answer on every case, and so the questions are the same about homicides. And the basic question is really, what's the cause of death and how did this person die?
I don't see any rib fractures or anything else to indicate the path. Okay.
So we'll be looking for one bullet inside.
Her most pressing concern is to figure out the cause and manner of death. This will lead her to the weapon.
We want to determine the cause of death, and that means the basic injury or illness that caused the person to die. Something like loss of blood or an arrhythmia of the heart, which causes the heart to stop beating ultimately. In determining the manner of death, we have to consider the circumstances more. There are 5 choices. There's natural, suicide, accident, homicide, or undetermined in cases where there's evidence pointing to more than one manner of death.
The instant a weapon has been used to kill, post-mortem changes to the body begin. These changes are also clues the pathologist uses to determine what may have happened. The body temperature begins to drop, and the gradual onset of rigor mortis or stiffening begins. These changes help investigators in determining time of death. When the heart stops beating, gravity causes blood to pool to the lower parts of the body. This staining is called lividity.
And if a body is moved after this kind of staining occurs and is left in a different position, then it can be quite obvious that the body has been moved from the position in which it died.
In many cases, a killer will attempt to make a homicide look like a suicide. Dr. Rose has seen this before and isn't fooled.
We always want to be sure that we catch all the homicides. There's a famous case of a woman who was found at home, seated quietly in a chair, holding a gun and with a gunshot wound in her mouth. She was still holding the gun loosely in her hand. And the initial investigation pointed to suicide. The scene was too good.
What was missing was a condition called instantaneous rigor mortis, an instant stiffening of the body, often present in suicide victims.
In a classic case, the gun that the person used to kill himself or herself would be clenched firmly in the hand. But this was not a case of instantaneous rigor mortis because the gun was loosely in the hand. Now that doesn't happen. Guns have recoil and they will not just stay loosely in somebody's hand. And this one looks like an exit.
That's pretty...
After thousands of autopsies, Dr. Rose has a clear understanding of the relationship between wound and weapon. Blunt force injuries caused by objects like bats and crowbars. Lacerations that result from beatings. Sharp force injuries from weapons like knives. And of course, gunshot wounds.
In general, there are two kinds of gunshot wounds. There's an entrance wound, caused where the bullet goes into the body, and there's an exit wound, caused where the bullet comes out of the body. In some cases, of course, the bullet stops inside the body, so that there will be an entrance wound with no corresponding exit wound.
Entrance wounds are generally small, clean, round holes. Exit wounds are not as tidy.
There are classic entrance wounds, classic exit wounds, but there are some wounds that are more confusing. And so it takes a lot of experience in determining those kinds of wounds.
I feel something just under the skin here. So that could be that.
Okay, well, we'll start with that one. Okay. Bullets follow the rules of physics, but they can hit organs inside the body, like bones, and they can be deflected from a straight path.
36.
That looks like an entrance wound. So sometimes it gets complicated. And in a person who's had many gunshot wounds, like up to 12, so there can be as many as 24 defects, it can be like solving a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, and I just need the distance from the head.
Processing the dead can be a demanding and soul-searching job.
It is hard to deal with death every day. One of my philosophies about it, though, is that the families of dead people deserve to have nice people looking at their cases and concerned about their loved ones as well.
Looking at the ink side.
And with the observations that we make in the autopsy room and by the lab work that we order, we can almost always find out what happened. Now, it's not our job to find out who did it, if there is a who behind it, but we can certainly provide information to the people whose job it is to help them find out who did it.
Put the guy down.
But finding out who did it becomes more difficult when the very weapon that was used is destroyed. One of the most common mysteries in a homicide is what weapon was used to kill. But with one weapon, there is no mystery: the explosive. The World Authority on Bombs is located in Washington, D.C. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Okay, I got good battery, full charge. Good on the cameras.
The ATF deals with over 2,500 bombing incidents every year.
Well, you're clear. You're clear, and just run it on down now.
Dave Pollard keeps a profile of each one.
On one extreme, you have often young people that just want to experiment. They've seen bombs in movies and TV, but their intent is not to harm. A little farther up the spectrum, you have those that build a device and place it just to do vandalism. blow the windows out on the school or something. And unfortunately, we have those that want to use it as a weapon to destroy a large number of people.
To protect themselves from explosives, one of the tools used by ATF agents is a robot designed to retrieve and disarm the device. If a bomb has already been detonated, investigating the aftermath becomes the ATF's responsibility. Rick Strobel is a forensic chemist in charge of the ATF's laboratories.
A bomb is nothing more than a weapon. It's a weapon that usually kills, maims, injures indiscriminately. You can't always aim a bomb the way you do a gun. Bombs can be made out of almost anything you can think of. You can start with household chemicals and make a bomb. You can start with military ordnance and have a bomb. Everything from the simplest thing that we see, which is a pipe bomb, all the way up to and including radio-controlled bombs. So it can be as simple or as sophisticated as the bomber wants to make it.
The ATF are among the first on the scene after any explosion. When a plane hit the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, at the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, and when a moving van erupted in Oklahoma City, the ATF led the investigation.
In Oklahoma City, a usually peaceful farming and ranching, and the death toll keeps rising. At least 36 people are...
April 19, 1995. A massive bomb inside a rental truck explodes. A stunned world watches as the bodies of men, women, and children are pulled from the rubble. When the smoke clears and the exhausted rescue workers pack up and leave, 168 people are dead.
McVeigh built a device. It was a large device, put it in the back of a truck, drove it to the scene. One of the things we want to do is prevent things like this to happen in the future. So by having knowledge of how that device was built, we may get information on components that are stolen, suspects that are experimenting, and by confronting these people early on, may be able to prevent something like that in the future.
Every detail of every bombing incident is carefully recorded in a giant database at the ATF's headquarters.
One of the questions often asked by the investigators, have we had any others like this? Does this match what's happened in an adjacent state? We had an incident out in California where the perpetrator used a spark plug, not common, and we were able to use that to link the different crimes done by that particular perpetrator.
To combat the criminals who make these lethal weapons, the ATF sends their agents deep into the heart of Virginia.
In the next evolution shot, we're going to be using the MS surface delays. Each one of these detonators will be 100 milliseconds.
The objective, to produce agents who understand the mechanics of every type of bomb imaginable.
Point. Get our stuff and go down range.
Agents who know how to destroy bombs if they are found, and who can decipher evidence from the aftermath.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
When a bomb goes off in the U.S., the ATF sends a fleet of trucks specially designed to respond to a bomb site, the National Response Team. Steve Avato is one of the team's elite members.
A lot of people who would set fires or commit a bombing think that all of the evidence will be destroyed in those incidents, when in reality there is a lot left. Our training allows us to go into those scenes and look for minute particles or clues that would tell us how either the fire was set or the bomb was set off.
The processing of a bomb site is surprisingly low-tech. What looks like a pile of dirt holds crucial evidence.
When the National Response Team arrives on location, we're going to begin sifting through the scene, looking for the forensic evidence left by the device. We'll be looking for what type of container the bomb may have been in. We'll be looking for how the device was powered, if it was battery powered, or if a fuse was used to ignite the device. We'll be looking for the fragments left by the device that would tell us how it was made and maybe who made it. This is the evidence for the lab.
In the ATF labs, forensic evidence reveals the signature of the bomber.
One of the things we look for in forensic science is something that is unique, something that's identifiable maybe with only one person or one criminal. In a bombing incident, what we'll look for many times is the signature of the bomber. You can have a whole host of bomb components, but very rarely will different bombers put them together in exactly the same way.
Of the 500 cases that arrive at the ATF's labs, 80% are pipe bombs. They're so common because they're simple to make.
There's a lot we can tell about a pipe bomb after it's gone off in a blast. In other words, if a pipe bomb goes off and the pipe ends up fragmented in this fashion, it tells us that there was a low explosive used and that low explosive had a rather low velocity. If you contrast this pipe bomb post-blast, you can see that this fragment, being smaller and also has fractures that are much sharper and sharp-edged. And this tells us that there was a high explosive event that occurred inside this pipe.
Here, forensic experts reconstruct the bomb.
And it's very much like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, except this jigsaw puzzle has missing pieces, and the pieces are burned and charred and maybe scattered over a very large area. So it's our job to start putting the puzzle together.
Though lab technicians are far removed from the scene, they are still touched by a bomb's devastation.
We'll see the remnants of some of the personal effects of the victim come into the laboratory. We may look at clothes or other personal items, and that really makes it hit home for us. That really gets us motivated, and you actually feel like you're making a difference. You're making something good come out of something bad.
Making sense of tragedy can be the most demanding part of a forensic investigation. But to solve the crime, experts must rely on one thing only: the evidence. From the crime scene to the morgue, the physical evidence tells the tale of a murder weapon. It's up to the forensic investigators to keep an open mind and let the crime scene speak. The clues they gather not only lead to the criminal, but prepares them for the next time someone decides to kill. It's the dedication of these frontline investigators that ensures no stone is left unturned.
The physical evidence actually speaks a story. I don't have to pay too much attention as to alibis, where people were, why they did the things they did. I look at the physical evidence and actually determine what happened.
Criminal investigation constantly adapts to recognize the evidence left by every type of weapon. It's a calling that demands people dedicated enough to cope with their deadly results.
I think one of the most favorite, most satisfying moments in the work that we do here is when we figure it out, when we figure out what it was that the bomber did. We figure out how he put his device together. And at that point, we know that it's just us and the bomber that knows the answer to all the questions that are out there.
It's like all jobs. Sometimes a job is rewarding, sometimes exciting, sometimes it can be mundane. Unfortunately, I've got the personality of being a reporting scientist that I take satisfaction and enjoyment out of the mundane. There does come a downside, and that downside is attending crime scenes and attending post-mortems, where I see the tragic results of people who have been shot with firearms.
So we have to be able to somehow subconsciously separate ourselves. And I don't really know how we do it, but we just do it. People that are in this business don't come here by accident. They're here because they want to be here.
There's never 2 days that are the same. There's never 2 cases that are the same. There are always people who want the answers that I can provide. This one looks like an exit. There's the coroner, there are the investigators, and most importantly, there are the family members of the people who die who are counting on me to give the answers about what happened to the deceased.
Methodically answering all the questions raised by a death can be the catalyst for prevention.
Even from those most tragic events, things can be learned, recommendations can be made, changes can be made, which would make a similar death less likely to occur in the future.
Using the clues that weapons have left behind, investigators work their way backwards from the last chapter to the first. The tiny building blocks of forensic evidence reconstruct the crime, exposing the weapon and the criminal.
Listen, are you with me, right? Today's the day, man. I don't care. We take it plan out. Okay, man. Mess it up. Relax, I got it.
For today's ruthless killers, getting away with murder has never been so hard.
You ready, Brian? He's going down. We're doing it now.
You got it.
Even the most perfectly coordinated killing will leave behind a trail of telltale clues. No matter how thorough and flawless the cover-up, forensic experts almost always link a crime scene back to the killers.
Ultimately, criminals think that they can cover this up, they can bury their evidence, they can destroy their evidence, but there is no such thing as a perfect crime.
In order to completely destroy a body and effectively hide it, you need a lot of heat and therefore a lot of wood.
Probably many of these people are never discovered in the stomachs of sharks because the fishers simply aren't looking for them.
The rewarding part of the job is basically figuring out what's happened to an individual, especially when someone tries to cover it up.
Killers will try virtually anything in an effort to dispose of evidence. But often, forensic science is a lot smarter than they are. The plot to get rid of a co-worker plays out as planned.
This guy's unbelievable. You're taking care of him later, right?
Yeah, we're doing it.
It seems like the perfect murder. Only now the killers are faced with the task of cleaning up and getting rid of the evidence. In places like Florida, heat, humidity, and wildlife can be murder on a body. A corpse dumped in the right location can literally vanish in hours. Sergeant Sanford Shirk is supervisor of the Forensic Science Unit in Martin County, Florida.
In the South Florida environment, it doesn't take a lot of time for a body to decompose and ultimately disappear. So as investigators, time is of the essence. And in the swamps, obviously, and here in Florida, we have all types of varieties of reptiles, turtles, and fish, as well as alligators. Alligators can certainly dismember a human body in a short period of time. And criminal minds seek out these areas and plan their criminal activity to use the natural elements that we have here in South Florida.
July 1999. Sergeant Shirk and his colleagues are called to the grisly murder of a female victim. Her mangled remains are found floating in a canal by passing fishermen.
This is the Rundle-Shop Bridge where the victim lost her life. And it was just a few years ago that she was placed into this canal and floated downstream where her body was found. And this place, every time you come back, those thoughts and all the leads and the jury, their faces, all come back to one's mind.
Tracing back and piecing together who she is, how she died, and who could have done this is a challenging task for Shirk and the investigators.
Oftentimes, the crime scene and the dump site is two different places. So we had the body recovery site, the dump site in the canal, and at that point we realized that it was important to find out where the crime scene took place.
Slowly but surely, they begin to unravel the truth.
As you can see here, this is an asphalt road that stops here at the sand, and over about this area here, there was a spot probably 6 to 8 inches in circumference. We'd actually did a hemodent test on it, tested positive for blood. Over the sand area, we found a spot that looked to be a burned out area. We started kind of sifting through it. We found bits of what appeared to be burnt clothing, burnt jeans, and possibly human hair.
The victim is identified as 19-year-old Anadeli Macedo Marino. Using clues at the dump site, police compile a profile of her killer.
The suspect that we developed was about 5'4", probably 130 pounds, and it was just a personal feeling, but when I got here, I felt like whoever did it, I just had a feeling they were weak or small. It just appeared like they couldn't just heave a human body and carry it at one time, and it looked like they had to kind of start and stop along the way.
In his attempts to dispose of her body, Anadeli's killer resorts to some extreme measures.
Well, he tried several things. The burning actually took place back in this area, is where the fire was, and that did not work. And he ultimately realized that he cannot burn up this body and it's just not going to go away. And so he had to resort to a secondary thought, which was to dispose of the body into the waterway.
A grisly trail of drag marks leads investigators straight to the canal. A canal teeming with alligators. The trauma and scavenging devastated Anadeli's remains. Alligators had removed some of her limbs. Burn marks and bloating of her corpse made her virtually unrecognizable.
Another day in the water, she would have been gone. We never would have found her. She would have. The gator would have taken care of the evidence. I mean, we never would have found the body. It'd be another missing person, and would have probably never proved it.
But her body is discovered. Clues and witnesses lead police straight to her killer, 17-year-old Miguel Del Campo, Anadeli's neighborhood friend.
This would have been almost a perfect crime. It goes back to the body. I mean, if the body would have been gone, we would have a suspect, really nothing to tie him up with.
When I work these cases, I ultimately realize that it's God who said, "Thou shalt not kill." Now, who is there to stand up for the one that has fallen? So it's my job to go forward, find the clues, and bring that person to justice.
Del Campo's attempt at a cover-up fails. One more day, and he may have gotten away with murder. But was he just unlucky? Certainly, scavengers can destroy crime scene evidence. Could they also trick investigators into thinking these predators were the cause of death?
Here he comes! Now! Here! He's coming around here!
Relying on scavengers to get rid of evidence may seem like a good way to cover up a murder. After all, bodies of water are massive, and there are plenty of man-eating animals out there.
We have victims who ultimately end up in the ocean and can very well often float ashore. And when they come ashore, they often have scavenger indication on them. And sometimes limbs are missing, and we can tell from the injuries on the body that sharks have been feeding on the corpse. Sometimes it's very difficult to identify those because we don't have the entire body, or we don't have identifying features on that body, such as tattoos or fingerprints, or maybe the soles of the feet that we could positively identify.
George Burgess has been studying shark behavior for over 20 years.
Common conception on sharks is that they're basically scavengers that will eat anything put in front of them. That's not really true, but most sharks are fairly particular.
Gators, on the other hand, are not quite as fussy. John Brugan is a top alligator specialist.
If it's meat, they're usually going to try and eat it. So eating a person is not something that they're going to shy away from, but at the same time, there's too much in the average person for them to eat all at once. So if it's one alligator finds a body in the water, he might be able to eat an arm, maybe 2 arms, and that's going to be pretty much a full meal for that animal. So he's either going to take that body and try and stash it somewhere else where he can come back for it later when he's digested a little bit, or he's just going to leave it be.
Turns out getting rid of a body has a lot to do with geography and chance. Different species operate in different waters, and not all scavengers are created equally.
As nasty as it may sound, a human being in the ocean simply becomes part of the food chain. And how long a body lasts in the water and how much of it is left is dependent, of course, upon how many animals are in the area. And sharks are not uniformly distributed. So if a body happens to be in an area where there's abundance, a body can be ravished very quickly and the loss of tissue very significant in a rapid manner. On the other hand, in certain areas where sharks are not very common, particularly in cold water environments where sharks are much less common, a body may not have any shark damage for a long period of time, or if it does suffer it, not very much.
Size also plays a role in damage to a body. Small animals take small bites. Big animals, big bites.
One American alligator by itself is not going to be able to consume a whole body. It's too much food and going to take too long to do it. A group of alligators are probably going to do their best to eat as much as they can. If a lot of the clothes, if there's clothes involved, are going to be left over. There would be evidence like they don't digest teeth very well, so the enamel on the teeth kind of protects them, and that would be passed through the alligator system. Any metal like jewelry, rings, glasses, things like that are going to pass through their system. With what I know of American alligators, it's probably the last thing I'd try to do to get rid of a body. They don't destroy enough evidence to make it worth your while.
To the trained eye, bite marks leave indicators that reveal much information. Dr. Charles Diggs is a medical examiner and leading expert in animal bite marks.
Sharks generally, when they bite you, the teeth are very sharp, and they produce a tearing type of appearance, and it's very distinct. You can look at a body and then say, you can say almost immediately that's a shark bite.
So a killer counting on scavengers learns a hard lesson. The bite marks and any bleeding or hemorrhaging around them will also tell investigators whether the person was alive or dead when bitten. What's left behind can be crucial to the investigation.
Many times the important parts may not be there after a scavenge. As you can imagine, where the shark bites in the scavenge and what's left of the human body is very important. And oftentimes the smoking gun that a medical examiner is looking for can't be found simply because the shark has taken it with him.
Alligators have amazing power in their jaws, even higher than things like lions and hyenas. So they have the ability to crush bone. So if there was a corpse or a body with damage like knife cuts or bullet wounds, in the process of chewing up or trying to tear off pieces, they're going to do a lot of damage to that evidence.
But if the body parts are still there, the bite marks won't fool the examiner.
Sometimes you may have a knife wound that can be covered up by a shark bite. But once again, once you open the body and inspect it carefully, you can see wound track marks.
Though external injuries may look like bite marks, internally there are major differences.
A stab wound obviously is a lot different from a bite mark because you don't get the penetration that you will get when someone stabs you with a knife. So you can actually trace the knife wound down inside the body itself. Very often, people who are trying to cover up their criminal activity on the body by throwing it in a lake or a pond that contains alligators, thinking that alligators are going to destroy it, they're very disappointed.
For crime scene investigators, these big predators must be taken into consideration. Not just for the dead, also for the living.
Just take it slow. Yeah, just slow, and so we don't stir up the water. Okay.
It's always interesting to try and recover a body from the habitat of wildlife that you know has a taste for humanity.
I probably want to get some photographs of the body from this position. Just hold it right here.
So it causes a bit of alarm, security. You need to react, be smart, and not overextend yourself to the point that you become vulnerable to that wildlife. We know right here in this area that you know, the alligators that are here, we don't want to have any conflict with them. We're in their habitat, and so they're not happy that we're here.
A shark is I suppose, a killer's best friend in the ocean. But sharks very rarely will consume an entire human being. And that, I think, is the catch. While parts of the body may be removed, usually there's enough left to make identification. And then in many cases, there's enough left to develop cause of death as well. So it's no certainty that if you deposit a dead body in the ocean, that it's not going to come back to haunt you.
The ever-evolving quest to get away with murder. Some killers turn to nature. Others take a more hands-on approach. For some murderers, killing comes easy.
He's nothing but a big mouth.
It's getting rid of the evidence and masking the victim's identity that presents the greater challenge. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Roger Mittelman has seen it all.
Criminals conceal their crimes by the usual things people think about. In other words, by burning the bodies and hoping that nothing will be found, or by taking the bodies and putting it in a body of water or putting it in a ditch. These are the usual ways people try to conceal that a murder has occurred, but there are more unusual ways as well.
In 1995, Dr. Mittelman was called in to help unravel one of the most thorough cover-up attempts Miami had ever seen. Killers working an extortion and kidnapping scheme abducted a wealthy couple, chopped their bodies to pieces, and dumped the remains throughout the county.
Well, in the Garriga case, we found the torsos first in the 55-gallon drums, and then later on, the skulls and portions of the hands and feet were found in smaller buckets in a different area of the Dade County geography.
In their gruesome attempt to hide the victims' identities, the killers cut off their heads, hands, and feet. They also sawed off their faces. Though the bodies were severely damaged, certain parts could still provide clues. Once investigators knew who the victims were, it wasn't long before they tracked down the killers. Noel Doorbal and Daniel Lugo.
Now, when the skulls turned up later, we were then able to do other things. Obviously, the age, race, and sex anthropologically was that of the victims, but what had happened was they had cut the faces out of the skull, but they got sloppy. They got sloppy in the sense that one tooth was left in the male skull. That tooth had a filling, we had his dental records, and then we were able to say, that's him. By association, that's her.
Breast implants and an IUD found in the female victim confirm her identity. What seemed like the perfect crime put Doorbal and Lugo on death row. Their cover-up blown out of the water.
Criminals go to great lengths to destroy and cover up their physical evidence. However, there is no perfect crime. Ultimately, no matter how a criminal goes to great lengths of destroying their evidence, they always leave some little insignificant thing behind. So if you remove the hands in order to conceal the identity, surely you have forgotten about the hip replacement that has a serial number that is buried deep within a body, or maybe breast implants who have serial numbers, and those are all traceable, and we can ultimately very easily find a victim.
But what if the remains are buried deep under snow? What about a crime scene in the dead of winter?
Well, basically, ever since time began, man was killing man, and they seem to come up with more inventive ways as time progresses. The thing that we're finding now, we find killers that are burying their victims in shallow graves. They are leaving them on the side of the road. They're burning them to try and conceal the crime. They're drowning them. There's a wide variety out there. The imagination of the criminal is a good one. That's why it's important for police officers to come up with ways to catch them that are even more inventive.
Greg Olson is a police platoon commander and leader of an elite archaeological forensic recovery team in Ontario. Winter recoveries are among the team's specialties. Though a blanket of snow may hide a body from view, it won't stop investigators from searching.
Okay, that's it. When I refer to winter recoveries, it's something that has to be done. Our homicide investigators are very intent on us trying to locate as much of the human remains as we can. It's not a situation that we can put off till the spring. It's something that has to be done and has to be done right away, within reason. If we can locate and remove the main part of the deceased, then that's great.
So what we try and do is gather as much information of the deceased, much of the remains of the deceased as we can, and any evidence that would be there that would otherwise be carried away by animals between the time we leave and come back in the spring.
Specialized tents and heaters help thaw out the dump site.
Okay, let's move over this way. Shut the door. Keep some of the heat in. Okay, this is basically the bulk of it, so let's start back over here. Let's work our way east. When we're thinking about logistics and recovering human remains in the four seasons, obviously in non-winter scenes it's much easier for us to not only to do the excavations, but to locate what we're looking for.
Team members comb the site, marking the tiniest fragments of evidence.
That's the main bone pile here anyway.
Looks like there's quite a bit of burning on this.
For a scene like today, we're going to have to try and locate the main scene, set up a tent, melt the snow, get rid of the surface litter, and try and recover as much as we can. Almost looks like they tried to set this guy on fire.
Yeah, there's a bit more over here.
With the snow removed, the crime scene begins to reveal its secrets.
And again, I don't see trauma at this point, but if you look at the surface, you can see that there are leaves under the jeans, but there's also leaves on top.
Yeah.
So that's also in inclement weather like we have on days like today with the snowfall. We have to really pull out all the stops. Our homicide investigators are again very keen to recover as much as they can to locate trauma, to locate identification, determine sexual affinity, that kind of thing, age, race, stature, that kind of thing.
In order to deconstruct the crime scene, the team divides the area into a series of grids.
Put one in here at the 3-meter.
Mapping above and below the surface.
Oh, good. Right here. Yep. Right there.
Oh, show us.
Casing. I don't want to disturb that too much.
There's that and the casing of Joe's.
Today, we've had some tremendous luck by using this system. It's simple to employ. It's painstaking. You take your officers off the road for a given amount of time, but if it's worth doing, it's worth doing well. The way the laws are, you only get one good kick at the can, so let's do it. Let's do it right. Let's do it properly.
In their attempt to destroy all signs of a murder, some killers try and burn the evidence. But even the hottest fire will leave clues in the ashes. A raging fire has amazing destructive powers. It can engulf a room in a matter of minutes. Understanding what it can do to a human body is critical for crime scene investigators. Anthropologist Mariah Liston is an expert in cremated human remains, or cremains.
It takes a lot of calories of heat to get a body to catch fire and then burn away, and so you have to have a large quantity of fuel. For an average adult body, it takes about 2 cubic meters of dry hardwood to produce enough heat, together with the calories of heat produced in the burning body, to completely combust it, to get it to the point that you'd be able to scatter the remains and hide them.
To illustrate the effects of fire to future forensic experts, Liston conducts a hands-on cremation. For the purposes of the exercise, pig cadavers stand in for humans.
In teaching about the cremation process, we can use pigs as a substitute for human remains because the process is very much the same. They'll burn in the same pattern. The amount of bone that survives the cremation process will be the same. And so all around, they're a very useful substitute for a human body. We want to look at a number of things, how long it takes, what happens to the bodies as they're in the burning process, but then also think about, both in an archaeological context and in a forensic context, what it takes to burn a body, because it's actually a lot harder than most people think. A lot of times with murder victims, someone's trying to hide this. They think you can throw a little gasoline on a body and light a match and it goes away. And in fact, of course, it takes a great deal more fuel to burn a body than that.
No matter what kind of fire a killer uses, heat alone is never enough.
In addition, it takes a long time. It's not over quickly. And if you're nervous and anxious about hiding this, and yet it takes 6 to 8 hours to completely burn a, say, 200-pound body, that would become a little nerve-wracking, and there'd be a tendency to put the fire out quickly before the process is finished. To get enough fire to burn the body, there's no way to hide the fire. It would be pretty difficult. Just think how anxious you'd be if you were trying to hide a murder rapidly here and the fire wouldn't light.
More often than not, the remains themselves are still identifiable, providing investigators with plenty of clues.
In a lot of forensic cases, that's what you see, is that about that condition now. And obviously nowhere near destroyed, not something to be easy to hide at all.
Though a body has been burned and charred, many of the injuries will still show up on the bones.
Stab wounds, cut marks, and bullet wounds are all visible on burned bone. One of the bodies we've got that we're burning today was shot in the head, and so we'll be able to look at the burned bullet wound on it. In addition, there are some cut marks that I put on some of the limb bones, and we'll be able to look at those as well.
Even the fire will provide clues for experts. It's all a matter of knowing what to look for. Captain Silvio da Silva has been training firefighters for nearly a decade.
Just about every fire has the potential to involve foul play. So we're, as firefighters and emergency responders, we have to be very conscious that perhaps we may be destroying evidence if we move the wrong thing. And just about every fire that we go to, we tend to think that perhaps there's a possibility that it could be arson. So we have to be very careful and watch for everything.
Different fires burn at different speeds. Firefighters know that accelerants like gasoline will leave behind trailers, betraying their presence.
One of the things that we have on our side is the fact that arsonists sometimes believe that their evidence of setting up that fire has been consumed by the fire. Sometimes if a fire takes place and it's too hot or burns too quickly, sometimes it blows out, it takes the fuel out, so sometimes the evidence remains behind. So you can never really get rid of the evidence.
Even the hottest fire won't entirely burn up a body.
One forensic case I worked on where fire was used to try to hide a murder involved two bodies. It was first thought that perhaps a couch had caught on fire because the people who lived in the house were smokers. We brought the material back to the lab and began to reconstruct the bones, trying to make sure that there were just two people and not any others. And as I began to reconstruct the skull, I started finding an odd breakage pattern and finally realized that there was a bullet hole in the burned skull. And at that point, we realized we were not dealing with just a house fire, but in the fact that it was a murder and an attempt to cover it up.
Making sense of burnt bones is not an easy endeavor. Fire can cause bones to crack and shrink. Damage from the heat can mimic trauma wounds. Bones will also change color and shape.
Sometimes cracks in bones like this can look a lot like a cut mark, and particularly if the bone's really thoroughly burnt, it can be very difficult to sort those out.
After 4 hours of sustained burning, the pig remains are still identifiable.
This is the type of remains you might find in a house fire or a burned car or something like that. While there is calcined bone, there's also a lot of charred soft tissue still. What you've got here is part of the pelvis and then some of the vertebra of one of the cremated pigs.
If these were charred human remains, experts could most likely identify the person. manner of death and the cause of death.
It's unlikely that using fire is a really effective way to completely hide a body. It's impossible to totally destroy it. There will always be bone fragments, and unless crushed into tiny powder grains, some of them will still be identifiable. In addition, the metal that is in our teeth, surgical prosthetics, things like that, will also remain.
Once inside the autopsy theater, it's hard to fool the experts.
In order to do this job very well, you have to think dirty. You have to say, now, what is the next thing that I would do if I were a criminal, you see? And if you think with that in mind, very often you can pretty much figure out what he is thinking about and what he is failing to think about.
One of the most enduring clues at any crime scene is blood. Regardless of how well killers think they've cleaned it up, chances are it will never really go away. With the development of new forensic chemicals, experts can now see evidence invisible to the human eye. Richard Bunting and Dave Wieland are forensic identification experts with the Toronto Police.
Leucomalachite green is a chemical process that we use at crime scenes for enhancing and looking for blood that's at crime scenes. We would use it in the sense of a crime scene where there is faint traces of blood or it's hard to see, and we would spray it around trying to find out where that blood has gone, what reaction it has, and it helps us to tell us a little bit more about the scene if we can find the blood.
The chemicals react to minute amounts of protein that blood has left behind. Even if the blood is cleaned up instantly, many surfaces will absorb tiny amounts of the protein. And leucomalachite green will highlight anything that has touched it. Its sensitivity is astounding.
It ranges anywhere from 1 part to 100,000 to 1 part to 1,000,000. That gives you a fairly good range so that you are looking at stuff that is not really readable to the naked eye.
It takes seconds to react. It's almost instantaneous. That was what kind of brought it to the forefront from the forensic community as well. We were looking for something that would give us a quick reaction, but also an accurate reaction with the blood at the scene.
Once the spraying starts, unseen details begin to appear, almost like magic.
Yeah. It can get fingerprints in blood, you can get the ridge detail, you can get all the shoe detail you want, that you make a positive identification on that treadwear. Any of that stuff could be located there.
Time has little impact on its viability. A scene scrubbed clean years earlier will still light up as if it was yesterday. In a recent case the team worked, the invisible blood trail led police straight to the killer's door.
It was an apartment building type thing where the suspect thought he'd thought of everything. He actually killed the victim in his own apartment, the victim's own place. The suspect wore the victim's slippers, then he took the slippers off and wandered around in sock feet, and then he actually left the apartment and wandered back up to his apartment, which was about 4 floors up. And of course, at first view, you couldn't see anything until we started playing the leucomalachite green. And you could actually see the footprints and see the tread where as he went up the stairs to his apartment, and a search warrant was obtained for his apartment. As a result, he was arrested for the crime.
Clues from a crime scene can be found on almost anything. But until recently, some surfaces guarded a killer's secrets. Evidence on plastic and evidence exposed to the elements were often impossible to process. With the advent of VMD, or vacuum metal deposition, that's all changed. Brian Yamashita is a forensic chemist with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Fortunately for us, a lot of criminals use plastic to wrap up their victims and try and dispose of incriminating evidence and things like that. So when these things are recovered, we can put them in the vacuum metal deposition chamber and treat them with the metal and many times find fingerprints on the surfaces. But it's also good on things that are old, on things that have been exposed to the elements, and even things that have been treated with other techniques first.
The machine works by evaporating 2 thin layers of gold and zinc onto the exhibit. Each application uses about $1 in gold. First, the gold is melted and evaporates. As it cools, tiny gold particles recondense all over the article, filling in and sticking to any contaminants. When the zinc is vaporized, it attaches to the gold, making the impressions even more visible. The metal coating acts like a glaze, exposing the minutest remnants of sweat, dirt, or blood.
Yeah, Ron, it looks like the hand was deposited this way, in this fashion.
So that's the thumbprint there?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, 2 fingerprints side by side, so that's maybe index and middle finger or something.
The VMD has also shown promise on other hard-to-treat items like clothing, silks, and even paper towels. But where it really shines is in processing plastic. In a recent high-profile homicide involving young offenders, the VMD provided crucial evidence.
Probably the most amazing case that I was personally involved with was a case where a youth gang ended up kidnapping some other young people. They took them back to an apartment and they started beating them up and treating them pretty badly. They ended up killing one of them during the course of the evening. They'd put a bunch of plastic bags on the floor and on the walls, and they had threatened their victims by saying that the plastic was put on the floor and on the walls in order to make sure there wasn't a mess made when they put the victims into that room. What the police did when they came into the apartment and found the scene, they took the plastic bags off and brought them directly to the RCMP for treatment without doing any other kind of processing for fingerprints. So we ran them through the vacuum metal deposition machine, and we found quite a number of palm prints, fingerprints, and footprints as well, because they'd stepped on the plastic bags as they were on the floor in the storage room. And the detail on some of those prints was quite amazing.
The impressions lifted from the bags identify 3 suspects, as well as the victim. 17-year-old Sylvain Leduc. Unraveling a criminal's attempt at a cover-up requires more than just good tools. It also requires a sharp mind.
I'm the crime scene storyteller. It's my job to go to the scene, have the scene talk to me, give me the explanation of what's happened there. There's little bits and pieces around that are there that can give me the total picture. And then what I do is I put all those bits and pieces together, make up my hypothesis, which is how that crime happened, and it's then my job to go before the court and give that explanation.
Man's cunning can do much to camouflage a crime. Stripping away the lies to find the truth challenges even the most sophisticated forensic science.
Okay, it's fine.
Killers are constantly devising new ways to try and cover up their crimes. Their methods are as elaborate and inventive as the human imagination. So forensic science is always trying to stay one step ahead, developing new technologies to outwit the criminal mind.
Ultimately, criminals think that they can cover this up, they can bury their evidence, they can destroy their evidence, but there is no such thing as a perfect crime. We as human creatures do so many things throughout the day, and those little things will ultimately come back and haunt the criminal. So there's always pieces and parts and significant things that are left at a crime scene that's traceable.
Long after a victim has taken his final breath, his skeletal remains will continue to speak for the dead.
Damage on the skeleton can tell you a lot about how the individual may have died. What we call perimortem trauma, or injuries to the skeleton around the time of death. There's no evidence of healing, but it's clearly damage that's been done to wet or green bone. And so, in this case, impacts from projectiles, but also cut marks, stab wounds, things like that, will all show up on a skeleton.
Inside and out, a body will arm investigators with irrefutable evidence. Evidence about its life and death.
The body never lies, you see. The body is the dead talking to the living. See, this is what the body does. When the body is presented in an autopsy, the body is talking to us. So what we have to do is to transfer that information, to the stories and whatever is garnered through the investigation. To see as to whether that's consistent with what the body tells us, because what the body is telling us is the truth.
Yeah, I think the beauty of forensic evidence is it's always there. No matter what the type of crime that happens or how you try to hide it, you still have things you can tell from the body. You still leave that forensic trademark on it that gives us information that we can track it down to you. The trick is for us to find it.
Of course, some killers do get away with murder. Some crimes remain unsolved. But a successful cover-up has more to do with luck than anything else.
You know, there's a saying down at the homicide squad, the answer's in the box. And that's the box of files that relate to every crime scene and every crime. And the answer's in there.
There is no limit to how far killers will go in their attempts to cover up their crimes. But no matter how thorough or inventive the criminal, their luck almost always runs out.